Chapter 1374. The group of demon ox kings were all tall and sturdy, each of them 3 meters tall. When they stood together, they looked like a group of small black mountains standing side by side. Yi Fan stared at the leading demon ox. It really looked like his father's mount, tall and sturdy, full of spirit energy, and awe-inspiring divine might. However, he couldn't be sure. The demon ox race looked very similar. They were all very rough and had foot-long black hair all over their bodies. Perhaps only after the diamond chakram displayed its divine might would he be able to confirm its identity. A stone man, yet he occupies most of the sky. Move to the side. The leader of the demon ox race spoke with a voice as resounding as a golden bell. Everyone's hearts thumped. The demon ox race was indeed not low-key as the rumors said. They had taken the initiative to provoke a divine spirit. The stone man stood on a small chariot under the starry sky. This race was extremely powerful, and few dared to provoke them. Impossible. He was only a meter tall, but he emitted the aura of a savage beast. Silver light flashed in his eyes as he glanced coldly at the demon ox king without moving. Several months ago, a rock spirit killed dozens of my people. Today, I will settle the score with you. It's said that divine spirits have immortal stone bodies. Today, I will see how sturdy they are, said the leader of the demon ox race. Everyone suddenly understood after hearing this. It turned out that there was an old grudge. No wonder he wanted to fight against a peak divine spirit. Now, he actually wanted to settle it in front of the imperial tomb. Don't force me to take action. The stone man was very short, but he possessed a supreme dignity. His divine eyes shot out 2 cold beams of divine light. Moo! The old demon ox was very irritable. He directly attacked. The barbaric ox wave roared out, and black ripples spread out. The universe split apart and the stars shattered. This was a terrifying heavenly art. The divine sound swept out, almost shattering one's soul. The starry sky trembled violently, and everything collapsed in all directions. A vertical eye opened between the stone man's brows and shot out a ball of brilliant silver light. It was a silver flame that isolated the sky and calmed the black ripples. The demon ox leader's long black hair danced in the air. Murderous intent surged, and with a shake of his hand, the shining diamond chakram flew into the depths of the sky. With a rumbling sound, it was like a boundless waterfall, like a vast ocean crashing down. This kind of divine sound caused the expressions of the human Tao protectors to change. The stone man's eyes also erupted with light. He reached out with both hands to meet the attack. One hand captured the dragon, the other subdued the tiger. The dragon and tiger merged together, and wind and thunder erupted, shattering even the stars. Dang! With this sound, the shiny diamond chakram was like a vast expanse of white as it flew down. It smashed the sacred spirit and sent it flying. Both the dragon and the tiger were destroyed. The expressions of everyone here suddenly changed. This magical artifact's divine might was astonishing, far exceeding that of ordinary great sage artifacts. It possessed a type of domineeringness that could tear through all obstacles. Fortunately, the collision took place between the Ox Demon clan and the sacred spirit, far away from the crowd. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The most powerful sacred spirit bloodline, known as the Undying Stone Body, right now, there were actually a few cracks on his arms. Rare divine blood flowed out, leaving everyone shocked. What kind of magic tool was this? Everyone's hearts jumped. Could it kill a peak sacred spirit? It was actually so powerful and unyielding. That old man didn't lie to me. He took my clansman as his mount and helped me refine a magical artifact. It was actually this powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to refine a basket full of them. How great would it be? The old demon ox king muttered. Everyone spat out blood. They couldn't believe their ears. Just how greedy was this person? However, the ox demon leader's words had a hidden meaning. Which old man helped him refine it? Yi Fan's heart trembled. This wasn't his mount, but they most likely interacted before. He helped him refine a magical artifact, and it was actually this world-shocking. Of course, this also had to do with the materials used. This was a diamond chakram refined from the clan's treasury, so its divine might was naturally world-shocking. Yi Fan looked for Longma. He quickly sent it a message. Longma was extremely unwilling, but he still braced himself and whispered to the 100 Tribulations Taoist. This notorious old Taoist, who was capable of doing all sorts of evil things, nodded and said to the old demonic ox chief, "Brother Ox, what's that old man's name? Can you help my nephew refine one as well?" Everyone cursed silently and rolled their eyes inwardly. This old donkey was too greedy. He could even ask for something like this. However, no one dared to say anything. This old man had no limits. He bullied the weak without the slightest bit of guilt. He loved doing such things the most. That old man is very unkind. He gave me an immoral name. After refining the diamond chakram, I directly closed the door and sent him off, the ox demon leader said. Clearly, he was very familiar with the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like this. How many years ago was that? The 100 Tribulations Taoist asked. I don't think it's been that long, the old ox demon leader replied. That's not right. Old ancestor, you've been in seclusion all this time. 800 years have passed since you came out. A member of the ox demon clan reminded him in a low voice. Oh, I'm confused. So it's been that long. The old ox demon leader slapped his forehead. The foot-long ox hair on his body trembled. In the distance Yifan pondered. Laozi was still in this world 800 years ago and had walked the ancient road. Where was he now? What was he looking for? His whereabouts were too mysterious. The two great sages' conversation indirectly left the stone man hanging. This made everyone sigh inwardly. Only they would dare to act like this. The 100 Tribulations Taoist comforted Longma. Nephew, don't think about it. I don't think the old ox demon leader will give it to you. That old bastard called Laozi or something is obviously not a good person. Don't count on it. Longma was furious. Being called nephew left and right made him feel suffocated. The innately rebellious master really wanted to give him a good kick. Divine blood rushed into the heavens from the stone man's body. His arms released a crisp kacha sound and erupted with undying precious splendor. He was completely repaired. Then, he pressed forward step by step to face the old ox demon leader. Stone, hand over your life. The old ox demon leader roared. The diamond chakram flew out again. This was a silvery white ocean. It was clearly a small divine chakram, but when it flew about, it seemed like the universe couldn't contain it. This time, its radiance became even more resplendent. The special Tao patterns within appeared. This was a magical artifact refined by a supreme expert. It contained a bit of essence energy within. Honglong! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and deities howled. The battlefield was shattered. The diamond chakram turned that place into a sea of primal chaos. Ah! The Holy Spirit roared loudly, its divine voice piercing through one's brain. With a chong sound, a resplendent green multicolored light tore through the primal chaos mist and rushed into the great void. It was mottled with tear stains and blazing multicolored light. They interweaved together and released a boundless might. A supreme and sacred magical artifact had appeared in the world. In the Holy Spirit's hand, a heaven-measuring ruler appeared. Immortal light shone brilliantly and green multicolored light shot in all directions. The surface was dotted with tear stains. It was actually forged from immortal tear green gold. It's actually a supreme divine artifact. Everyone cried out in alarm. That ruler was extremely delicate and small, but in the Holy Spirit's hand, it released heaven-overflowing divine might. Boundless primal chaos scattered and everything exploded. If not for this divine artifact appearing, the Holy Spirit might have been in danger. The Ox Demon Clan's magical artifact is too shocking, actually this powerful. Right now, everyone's eyes focused on the stone being's magical artifact. The green light was bright, too beautiful and dazzling, but there was also a type of melancholy. This type of divine gold was rumored to be produced after the tears of immortals scattered down. Those who possessed it would usually have a sad ending. Even the Western Emperor Mother, one of history's most stunning and powerful women, was accompanied by sadness her entire life. In her later years, few people knew what happened to her. Among the many types of divine gold, this type of immortal material was the most mysterious. Many people didn't believe it, believing that it was a type of coincidence. The immortal tear green gold itself wasn't inauspicious. Dang! The heaven-measuring ruler flew out, clashing head-on with the diamond band. One green, one silver, two types of light interweaved, tearing the sky dome to an unrecognizable state, making the starry skies tremble intensely. This holy spirit is formidable. The heaven-measuring ruler is a divine artifact that accompanied him, produced by his divine blood. Even if he appeared in the world ahead of time, there is still a chance of him reaching perfection in the future. A human race Tao protector spoke. Holy spirits obtained the protection of the heavens, granting them too many unordinary aspects. There were a few stone beings who innately produced divine objects, hidden within stone cores, evolving into their Tao weapons, appearing together in the world. However, this was a heavenly opportunity only a few of the most terrifying holy spirits had, rarely seen since ancient times. The eyes of the cauldron holding main deity flickered with radiance. The underworld's bronze coffin also trembled lightly. These two great experts were both moved, actually having intentions of taking action, but they both restrained themselves. This type of holy spirit, this type of magical artifact, the stone core and artifact merged. If they didn't separate, they could continuously nourish and evolve. In the future, it would be extremely terrifying. Dang, dang, dang. The heaven-measuring ruler and diamond band collided. All types of Tao patterns flowed, incomparably brilliant, tearing through the stellar domain, shaking intensely. Everyone, why have we come? Do not miss the opportunity to enter the secret realm because of personal grudges. A human Tao protector spoke. The great sage nodded. Comparatively speaking, everything else could be set aside. The Emperor Corpse was the most important. At their level, it was difficult for them to break through again. Perhaps, after seeing the true body of an ancient great emperor, seeing the boundless Tao marks, it would allow them to advance once more. Even if a great emperor died, if they didn't want to transform into the Tao, it would be difficult for them to die even after tens of thousands of years had passed. Nothing could be destroyed until this world no longer existed. The human race's Tao protectors were the first to take action, activating their magical force together, changing the direction of the heaven-measuring ruler and diamond band in the sky, striking towards the side of the yellow springs, piercing through the void. Wang Long. Terrifying divine light shot out in all directions, tearing that place apart. The original barrier had long become unstable, and after being struck by these two extraordinary great sage artifacts, it immediately cracked. At the same time, the main deity sacrificial cauldron from God's organization, the three-legged, two-eared round cauldron, released a grand divine might. All types of diagrams on its surface lit up, flying towards the secret realm's crack. Dang! The people of the underworld also fell behind. A copper coffin lid flew up, covered densely with Tao patterns. All of the green rust was shining, as if it was filling up the eye of the sea fearlessly, rushing into the main entrance of the mausoleum. The yellow springs in the starry sky rumbled, rushing like a dam bursting. The netherworld aura immediately became 10 times stronger, causing even the great sage to be alarmed. The sacred spirit, the bull demon king, the human Tao protectors, and the other great sage moved together, temporarily forgetting everything else and bombarding the main entrance of the mausoleum. A streak of chaotic light flew out. 5 lights shone brilliantly and 10 colors shot out at the same time, sparkling and translucent like jade carvings. The void was torn apart, and a pair of tens of thousands of Jianghu tall stone gates appeared, wide open. It's open, with the great sage working together, no accidents happened. They actually opened the secret realm so quickly. The people were somewhat in disbelief, not expecting things to go so smoothly. The yellow springs were flowing out from the giant stone doors. Mist flowed, and there seemed to be a divine realm inside, faintly discernible, revealing a corner. Azure dragons roared, fiery red vermilion birds flew in the sky, and ancient trees were everywhere. Chapter 1375. This pair of stone doors was tens of thousands of Jianghu tall, truly making one feel reverence. One couldn't see the end while standing in front of the door, because there were yellow clouds curling about them one after another. The mist was hazy. There were many engravings on the great doors. They were made by the primitive natives, worshipping the sun, moon, thunder, and lightning, revering the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth. There were also all types of ancient beasts, strange bugs, and other things. Such a tall stone door. Was it prepared for an ancient great emperor? A yellow spring surged out, carrying with it a deathly aura. If an ordinary person approached it, they would immediately turn into white bones, their life devoured. However, there were life fluctuations in the depths of the stone doors that didn't match the yellow springs. So, the stone person was the first to move. The war chariot rumbled, turning into a sphere of hazy light as it rushed forward to enter the imperial tomb. Even though he wasn't tall, he was like an immortal king that descended into this world. A dragon and a tiger were both stone beasts that flowed with luster. They pulled the meter-long war chariot above the yellow springs, about to pass through the 10,000 zhang tall stone doors. Suddenly, the great doors trembled. Strands of ancient diagrams trembled. The primitive natives, unknown beasts, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and others seemed like they were going to revive, passing through the walls. There was a powerful fluctuation there. The stone dragon and tiger roared, as if they were struck by lightning. Then, they flew backwards, strands of divine blood flowing out. A loud dang sounded. The war chariot flipped over, and the stone person staggered, also flying outwards. Divine blood flowed out from his mouth, scattering into the void. He, the war chariot, and 2 other mounts were blasted flying, receiving injuries that weren't light. This shocked everyone. This was but a great sage, yet he couldn't even take half a step past the stone doors. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed since the great emperor passed away. The tomb's doors were wide open, yet a great sage couldn't enter. This left everyone stupefied, inwardly fearful. Stone person, you really aren't particular. How can you be so disrespectful to enter the great emperor tomb? You need to kowtow. The 100 Tribulations Taoist spoke. He then turned around and said to Longma, "Great nephew, go up and pay your respects, give him a demonstration. He will definitely be able to enter." Longma's face darkened. He wanted to bite him, but he turned around and pretended not to hear. What he hated the most right now were the words "great nephew." You are correct. Even though the great emperor has passed away in meditation, he still cannot be blasphemed against. All clans must pay him respect. The human Tao protector spoke. 2 individuals walked up and paid their respects. Then, he bowed with each step as he walked forward. When he approached an ancient stone door, nothing really happened. He wasn't shaken out. Everyone was horrified. The ancient emperors had already passed away hundreds of thousands of years ago, yet they could still sense something? A tremendous sound rang out. A massive bronze cauldron swayed, protecting that master deity as he approached the enormous stone door that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. He stopped here and also gave a deep bow. The stone engravings on the door were still, without any changes. He took a step in, also succeeding. Behind them, the bronze coffin trembled, and then flew up into the sky, passing through the yellow mist and heading straight for the gate. Clang! A deafening metallic sound rang out, as if a heavenly hammer had smashed down, heavily striking the bronze coffin. The green rust fell off, and the coffin flipped over and flew out. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The peerless expert of the underworld didn't follow the ancient teachings and wanted to force his way in. Sure enough, he was sent flying. Was there really something in the darkness? Even the great emperor had died. This was the consensus of everyone. How could he still sense something? What was going on? With a quang-dang sound, the bronze coffin that was covered in rust was lifted open. A tall figure sat up from within, straightening himself, and then he took a step out. His appearance caused a wave of sinister, baleful energy to appear in the void of the cosmos. It was cold and bone-chilling. Everyone shivered inwardly, as if they saw the underworld descend into the mortal world. They felt a chill from head to toe, and when they faced him, they felt as if they were facing an ancient malicious spirit. Even their hearts were trembling. This person wore black clothes that were extremely spacious, covering his entire body. Even his head was no exception, covered by a mourning crown. His entire body stood within the shadows, and no starlight could approach. That kind of clothing was extremely ancient, conservatively estimated to be divine and demonic clothes from hundreds of thousands of years ago. His steps were dragon-like and tiger-like, his black ancient clothes fluttering about. The spacious robe sleeves were raised, revealing a terrifying scene. Everyone saw extremely long black hair. It was a frightening glance that made people have a rash and shook their minds. That was a tall figure. There was no doubt about it. It seemed to be covered in black hair, like a giant ape. Was this a human or not? He was majestic and tall, and his steps were like that of a dragon or a tiger. However, he had black hair on his body, and he wore ancient divine and demonic clothes, making people feel intimidated. This time, He arrived in front of the stone door and solemnly paid his respects. He didn't forcefully barge in, and in the end, he smoothly entered. The only difference was that the yellow spring sensed his aura and began to boil. Endless baleful energy soared into the air, but he wasn't affected at all. It was as if he was enjoying it. Everyone became even more scared. What exactly was the peerless expert of the underworld? What kind of existence was the ruler of the past? The main god that held the bronze cauldron and the peerless existence of the underworld naturally clashed. They glanced at each other and stood in two different directions, not approaching each other. Hee, Stone Man, if you have the ability, then why aren't you paying your respects and entering? The demonic ox race's leader was all smiles. That pair of enormous bull eyes truly looked a bit terrifying. He held the shining diamond band in his hands and stopped in front of the stone door. He paid his respects and entered safely. The stone man became silent. In the end, he got off the war chariot and also walked forward. He lowered his stance and spoke quietly. He bowed respectfully and entered. Then, the other Tao protectors of the human race, as well as the ancient heretic god and others appeared one after another. This left everyone shocked. The great sage didn't just bring 3 or 5 of them. The emperor corpse was about to appear, shaking up the ancient path. Many peerless experts came out of isolation and hurried over. There were no less than 11 or 12 of them in total. This type of power was enough to flatten the endless stellar domain. The others also wanted to enter, but they couldn't approach the yellow springs. They were contaminated by a strand of the emperor corpse's aura. This was the most terrifying type of extreme death energy. Even though it only contained that bit of energy, it wasn't something normal people could endure. Once they approached, they would directly turn into dust. After entering the emperor tomb, we need everyone to accompany us. Chanting the soul-cleansing scripture will ensure that everything is peaceful. Otherwise, many strange things might happen. A human Tao protector said. The various clans' great sage gathered together. There was nothing they could hide or hold back. In this type of great tomb, no one dared to act recklessly as soon as they entered. They all had to work together. This old monk has a river-crossing Buddhist bridge here. Even though it isn't an emperor artifact and its power isn't that great, it has previously been blessed by the Amitabha Great Emperor's scriptures. It can transform endless evil energy, allowing one to cross the river and head towards the divine shore. An old monk spoke. He had a pair of yellow eyebrows and a shiny head. He wore a shabby monastic robe. He came from the Amitabha ancient star domain, a powerful great sage. His dharma was boundless and he roamed the starry skies. Now, he became the Tao protector of the human race's ancient path. This is good. The others nodded. In this world, if one was talking about the support of spiritual force, there was almost no one who could compare to the Amitabha Great Emperor. Many people were shocked. They never thought that this old monk would have a secret artifact blessed by the ancient emperors. A violet golden bridge appeared in the old monk's palm. He flicked his hand and the bridge quickly enlarged, crossing the yellow springs and connecting to the ground behind the gate. It flowed with a golden luster. During this process, he continuously chanted his sins and worshipped the great tomb. He didn't suffer any attacks. It really is a divine artifact. Priest 100 Tribulation's eyes shone. He wanted nothing more than to snatch it. The others could also see that this was an artifact blessed by the ancient emperor's scriptures. Even though it didn't have any great offensive power, the Buddhist light was too strong. This was the leftover material from the Amitabha Great Emperor's exorcism pestle. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it still had the power to seize the heavens after being refined into a violet golden bridge by the holy monks of later generations. It didn't specialize in attacking, but in delivering all living beings from suffering. It could condense the power of faith from Buddhist followers. It was a rare ancient treasure. Troops of different races from different camps arrived one after another, covering the sky and earth as they ascended the violet golden bridge. They paid their respects towards the great tomb while passing through the stone gate. This type of scene was a bit terrifying. The great army was endless, and they all entered the tomb. Yellow mist swirled about, as if many heavenly soldiers were slaughtering their way into the 9 hells. This time, apart from the human race, there were many experts from other races who came as well. Their numbers were endless, but the violet golden bridge accommodated and supported everyone. While protecting ourselves, we cannot let anything happen to the chanting tribes. We must protect them. A human Tao protector spoke. Of course. The Ox Demon King was quite heroic. He activated the diamond chakram, suspending it high up in the sky. A silver ripple descended, not only protecting the Ox Demon race, but also the others below. Chung! The stone man opened his mouth and spat out. The green and sparkling ruler flew into the sky, pouring down chaotic energy. There were even more immortal tears, divine light auspicious, surrounding this place. Even if there were grievances, they had to temporarily put it aside. There was nothing more important than seeing the great ancient emperor. For the great sage, who had cultivated hard for thousands of years and could no longer advance, this was a celestial fate. This was a secret area. There were ancient trees and forests inside, and there was no lack of essence, accompanied by the yellow springs of death. Everyone entered and ascended to the shore. In front of them, there were lofty mountains that stretched out continuously. Waves of white immortal mist lingered, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Was this really a great tomb? Why did it seem like they had entered a celestial domain? This is too shocking. There are hidden marks of the way. If we can comprehend it, maybe we can break through. There was a great sage sitting cross-legged on the spot, facing countless celestial mountains. His face was full of solemnity as he comprehended the way here. People moved forward carefully, away from the yellow springs and into the celestial mountains. The mist lingered, full of a sacred and auspicious atmosphere. In front of them came the sound of water. A silver divine river flowed, and there was a giant monument next to the riverbank. There were a few big words engraved in the primordial divine script. Mount Dibbing. Everyone's hearts trembled. They didn't expect to come to the place where the great ancient emperor buried the imperial weapons so soon after they entered. At this time, people couldn't calm down. Their hearts were surging. There were treasures everywhere. If there were no accidents, they would see the birth of the imperial weapon. What is that? Someone suddenly cried out. In the upper reaches of the silver divine river, there was a huge creature lying there, looking at them indifferently, with a kind of supreme majesty. It's a horse with the characteristics of a dragon. People were shocked and stunned. They didn't expect to see a living creature here. It was a red horse, with a dragon's head, a horse's body, and 4 thick and strong limbs. Now, it suddenly jumped up like a mountain. It was incomparably huge, and red clouds danced in the air. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the Longma that had turned into a human. Their real bodies were too similar, almost identical. With a dragon's cry, the Longma turned into a red cloud of fairy chi and disappeared on the spot. It reassembled into a red dragon in the sky, shaking its head and tail, and rushed into the depths of the celestial mountains. Oh my God, is this true? The exclusive mount of the great ancient emperor. It actually lived to this era? How is this possible? The great ancient emperor has passed away. Is his mount still alive? Everyone was stunned, looking in the direction where the red dragon disappeared. They were dumbfounded, like clay sculptures. Chapter 1376. The dragon horse was scared. Compared to that enormous beast, their appearances were similar, but it was like a pocket-sized doll. That was an enormous divine beast, and it transformed into a true dragon. With a wave of its tail, it disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain. The dragon's claws were shining with red light, and it could cover a group of mountains. The huge dragon head could crack a huge star. It was majestic, like the ancestor dragon of all ages. 2 beams of light shot out of Taoist Baijia's eyes, and he said, "We've met our ancestor. Nephew, go after him. This is our good fortune. Whether I can achieve anything in the future depends on you." You're a donkey. He's a dragon. What does it have to do with you? Everyone cursed, but they did not dare to correct him. Longma was fuming. Recently, he had been acting like a donkey, and he was very angry. But he could not beat him, and he could not escape. There was no other way. A group of people went after him. With the great sage as the leader, they went into the depths of Mount Dibbing. They all wanted to know if the mount of the great ancient emperor had survived. Haze filled the air, and the fairy mist evaporated, turning into a rain of light. The ancient trees and rocks in this primeval forest were dyed with a mysterious color, which made people intoxicated. This was not a big tomb, but a small world in the fairyland. It was full of plants, silver waterfalls, and the mountain scenery was spectacular. It was very suitable for cultivation. In the depths of Mount Dibbing, there was not a trace of death chi. There were only vague immortal talisman marks. This place was stained with the emperor's chi of the great ancient emperor. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blazing light flew over and became the only eternal one. Everything in the world lost its luster, and it was extremely gorgeous and glorious. It was so fast that it was beyond the limit of people's understanding. It could be called a fairy light, and it shot through all obstacles in a flash. Puff! With a muffled groan, a heavenly king from the ancient clan fell down. The evil god's blood was ghastly, sprinkling all over the sky, collapsing the mountains below, and withering all the trees. This was a bleak scene. The divine blood splashed everywhere. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was extremely weak. His lips moved, and his eyes lost focus. Then he fell completely into the dust. Boom! This person turned into Tao. His body dissipated, and became a rain of light. Not even a crystal bone was left. Everything turned into ashes. What was that? With a single strike, an ancient race heavenly king who was only half a step away from becoming a great sage was killed on the spot. It was truly shocking. An existence that had reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm would become a great saint in the future and become an evil god. However, he didn't even have the chance to cry out before he withered away just like that. No one could see it clearly. That streak of immortal radiance rushed past, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Danger finally appeared after entering the imperial tomb. It was so strange, they wouldn't even know how they died. The human Tao protector frowned. He walked up to observe, and then he quickly retreated as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. That place was covered in specks of light. The power of the Tao transformation was extremely strong, almost drawing fire onto himself. Did you all see that? Is that a living creature or some sort of divine artifact? How could it be so heaven-defying? The leader of the Ox Devil race asked. Even as a great sage, he couldn't see clearly. A streak of light flashed by, and an ancient race expert died just like that. Could it be the Longma from before? Some people were suspicious. That was the mount of an ancient emperor. If it really unleashed its might, everyone would be in trouble. However, there was a great sage who shook his head. That aura didn't seem like it. That giant scarlet dragon was like a mountain, majestic, while the immortal radiance just now was very elegant and small, passing through in a flash. Everyone, this is Mount Dibbing. It's the place where the great ancient emperors buried their weapons. Be careful. I think the light just now was a bit. Taoist Baijia was about to say something, but he was suddenly interrupted. A streak of blazing light flew over like a shocking rainbow connecting the heavens and earth. It illuminated everyone until they had to close their eyes. Tears and blood flowed as if they were being cut by blades. This was too terrifying. The 100 Tribulations Taoist let out a loud cry and quickly turned around to cast the death substitution technique. His real body left, leaving behind a puppet body that was pierced through. Then, a muffled groan was heard as another 2 Saint Kings were killed. Blood splattered as they directly turned into a rain of light, falling on the mountain and dissipating into the way. Nothing was left. The wilderness quieted down. People felt a strange and powerful aura, as if a prehistoric beast was spying on them in the dark to hunt down every supreme cultivator. The green sky measuring ruler and the shiny diamond bracelet floated in the sky, protecting the armies of the various clans below, in case of another sneak attack. Everyone, don't act rashly. Even if you see a divine item, don't take it without permission. Otherwise, it may be a disaster. The protector of the human clans solemnly reminded. After this disaster, everyone was cautious. They were all within the protection range of the great sage, not daring to rush out. What on earth is that? Even the She Holy Spirit was whispering with a very serious expression. This made him feel a great threat. The immortal radiance just now was definitely aimed at the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Since it dared to attack the great sage, it meant that it could threaten everyone here and they were all its targets. The mountains were majestic, medicinal herbs were everywhere, and the divine waterfall was boundless. There was actually killing intent hidden in this fairyland-like pure land. Everyone revealed a serious expression. The surrounding mist gradually thickened. Everyone felt that something was wrong. The banners of the various clans fluttered in the wind. There were tens to hundreds of them, and their numbers were endless. They couldn't all be killed here, right? No one dared to imagine. The tomb of an ancient great emperor couldn't be provoked. They had just entered, yet they already encountered such a great danger. It's coming again. Everyone felt an aura that made the heavens tremble. Tremendous fluctuations and dazzling immortal radiance made everyone's bones shatter. These fluctuations were too terrifying, even more powerful than before. The expressions of the great sage changed one after another. This exceeded their control and understanding. It was completely different from what they had expected. Chi! A streak of undying divine light shot over, piercing through 10,000 worlds. As long as it was a tangible object, it would be difficult for it to escape the calamity of death. With a honglong sound, it easily tore apart the barrier of light the great sage put up, piercing through. It swept towards the various clans' armies. This kind of attack, this kind of domineering aura, could definitely wipe out all living beings in an instant, creating an immeasurable bloody calamity. It was as if the immortal domain's divine radiance poured down in torrents, destroying all techniques. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the heaven measuring ruler that was less than the length of an arm. Even though it shone with divine splendor and was speckled with immortal tears, possessing a portion of the aura of a supreme divine artifact, it wasn't enough now. But now, it wasn't enough. With just a slight touch, it was sent flying, trembling violently like a sheep facing a ferocious dragon. This was a bit inconceivable. This was a Holy Spirit weapon forged from immortal tears, yet it was actually so weak. It was innately restrained and couldn't help but tremble. Honglong! That streak of immortal radiance descended, staring at the heaven-measuring ruler, directly attacking it. Perhaps because it was the most special among the weapons here, after all, it was forged from divine gold, it drew the attention of the immortal radiance. The Holy Spirit released a great roar. Its meter-tall body released the might of a heavenly deity, summoning its own weapon out of fear that it would be destroyed under this strike. With a chi sound, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly, green light flickering about. The heaven-measuring ruler forged from immortal tears green gold flew out in reverse, avoiding the attack and rushing towards its owner. However, this streak of immortal radiance followed it like a shadow, even more so rushing over first, striking the precious ruler. A clear chong sounded, cracks unexpectedly appearing on its surface. Moreover, it erupted with incomparable radiance, making many people shed tears of blood, difficult to look straight at. That type of immortal radiance was too terrifying. Everyone became stupefied. Just how powerful of a divine object was this, actually able to damage immortal tears green gold? This was definitely an emperor artifact, or else it wouldn't have this type of power. One has to understand that in this world, all life source energy source root, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and other things were the most powerful immortal materials. Purely based on undying and hardness, it was difficult to find something that surpassed them. Collect! The stone person released a great roar. He opened his mouth, sucking in a foot-long streak of green multicolored light, swallowing his own precious ruler. He felt incomparable pain. This holy weapon was damaged, unknown just how many years it would take to recover. A streak of immortal lightning storm swept over, divine radiance dazzling, unexpectedly rushing towards him. The Holy Spirit released a great roar, brandishing the most powerful divine might to attack. He flew outwards. Even someone as powerful as the great sage, half a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm, couldn't stop this attack at all. Without the slightest bit of suspense, he flew outwards. In addition, one of his fists had long been rotten, divine blood scattering outwards, sparkling divine splendor dyeing heaven and earth red. Moreover, this wasn't the end. His entire right arm began to transform into the Tao, quickly turning into a rain of light. Forget about ordinary people. Even the great sage shivered inwardly. This type of attack was too horrifying, not even people at their level able to stop it, so how could they even talk about conquering it? Pooh! The stone person was extremely decisive. His left hand turned into a holy sword. A streak of cold radiance flashed past, and with a gotcha sound, his right arm was sliced off from the shoulder, allowing divine blood to gush out. That arm quickly transformed into the Tao, turning into a rain of light, nothing left behind. The scene was so terrifying that no one dared to breathe too loudly. Impossible. What is going on? Everyone shivered inwardly, many people trembling as they cried out loudly. This was too terrifying. Was there someone controlling everything here, using the emperor weapon to attack everyone? This was terrifying, making everyone shiver from head to toe. This exceeded everyone's expectations. This was just a great emperor's tomb. So why was there a living powerful creature? Was he controlling everything? After a long time had passed, this place was still extremely peaceful. Everyone felt as if there was a great mountain weighing down on their hearts, incomparably heavy. Up ahead, an expanse of blazing light surged. Many ancient mountains exploded, large amounts of lofty great peaks exploding, great rubble scattering the clouds. Everyone was shocked. What kind of unforeseen event was this? Hong long long, rubble flew through the air, divine might like raging waves beating against the shore. The boundless primal chaos exploded, ancient great mountains splitting apart. This place was in great chaos. The ancient land up ahead completely split apart, unknown just how many mountain ridges collapsed. In the end, a grand altar was revealed, as if the archaic number 1 divine peak was cut in half at the waist, becoming the ancient divine platform up ahead. On it, there were 5 or 6 weapons arranged, some brilliant, releasing undying immortal splendor, some simple and unadorned, not releasing the slightest fluctuation. Following everyone's arrival, these ancient weapons all revived, releasing blazing light. One of them was precisely the divine radiance that attacked everyone just now, making even the Holy Spirits nurse a grievance. It can't be, right? The aura of Emperor weapons. Could it be that they are all of them? So many of them gathered together. Everyone simply didn't dare believe this. This wasn't realistic. The Emperor weapons in the entire cosmos could be counted, yet several of them appeared in this ancient tomb at the same time. It was as if they were living legends. Pooh! Suddenly, without any sound, a dim weapon flew over with unstoppable force, piercing through the forehead of a foreign race evil god. Blood splashed everywhere, dying on the spot. Dead, a great sage died. Everyone erupted with commotion. Before this level of weapon, not even the most powerful ancient evil god could stop it, killed on the spot. This made everyone suspect that this was the ancient great emperor's hiding place in the archaic dream. Mountains and rivers exploded, revealing a demonic altar like this. The dusty weapons appeared in this world, leaving everyone shaken. Chapter 1377. This was the tomb of a great emperor, the burial ground of a group of great emperors. How could there be several emperor weapons here? It made people shiver all the way down to their bones. Those were definitely emperor weapons. Otherwise, how could they crack the immortal tier's green gold ruler? And now, a great sage was silently killed without being able to resist. This place was in an uproar. How could they fight? No matter how many people came, they would definitely die. Not even the great sage was a match. Even if all the cultivators in the universe piled up their corpses, they wouldn't be able to. Retreat, retreat quickly. The human Tao protector's voice was trembling. The great tomb had exceeded their expectations time and time again. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They hadn't even seen the emperor's corpse, yet there were so many disasters. There was a huge altar of gods and demons, formed from a mountain that had been sliced in half. There were 5 weapons buried on it, all of them reviving. Strands of the aura of ancient emperors pervaded the air. Unfortunately, they couldn't see them clearly. The blazing ones were so dazzling that tears of blood flowed and their divine senses were on the verge of collapse. The dim ones were hidden in the nothingness, and their true appearances couldn't be seen. This was where the great emperor had buried the divine weapons that had accompanied him for his entire life. Suddenly, a draconic roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The huge longma that had disappeared earlier appeared again, stretching across the horizon and raising its head in this direction. This was truly a shocking scene. The scarlet dragon was larger than many mountains, and any mountain peak was like a small mound in front of it. The emperor weapon appeared, and the mount of the ancient emperors also appeared. They raised their heads and looked over. It was truly a shocking scene. Boom! Behind the huge scarlet dragon, a mountain larger than a star appeared, stretching across the horizon. It was boundlessly grand, reaching the primal chaos above and suppressing the 9 underworlds below. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of zhang tall it was. At the base of the mountain there was a huge cave. The scarlet dragon swung its tail and entered. Draconic roars rang out, shaking people's souls. Clouds surged, and scarlet scales flickered in the cave from time to time. The mount of the ancient emperor had transformed from a horse into a dragon. It danced in the huge lair, and each of its scarlet dragon scales was tens of feet long. Nephew, charge! This is our ancestor, and it's summoning you. Hurry up and ask it for guidance. Taoist 100 Tribulations shouted and kicked Longma's butt, sending him flying towards the cave entrance like a cannonball. Longma was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This old donkey was too evil. He couldn't help but tremble in the face of the scarlet dragon. If the dragon's claws slammed down, he would definitely lose his life. Buzz! The immortal mist boiled and the giant mountain disappeared. A beam of light swept Longma away. Nephew, don't forget about me. Bring back some benefits for me. The 100 Tribulations Taoist transmitted his voice from behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Rumble! The sovereign armament had changed. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. It was as if several great emperors were going to revive. Large amounts of mountains and rivers were turned into dust. Only the altar towered there and wasn't destroyed. It continuously swayed about. The revival of sovereign armaments, and 5 of them at once. Who could accept this? The crowd didn't care about anything else and turned to flee. Stop! Don't release any killing intent. This is a blasphemy to the sovereign armaments. They were activated because of this. We have to calm down. The old monk from the Amitabha star field shouted. He saw the essence of the problem. Sovereign armaments were sacred and dignified. They were revered among the weapons and had been buried for countless years. Now that they saw the light of day, the deities inside would naturally react violently. The purple golden Buddhist bridge flickered and released a peaceful aura under everyone's feet. The pure power of faith filled the air and calmed everyone's mind. This bridge was created by great Emperor Amitabha. It was watered with the faith of all living beings and tempered in countless ways. There wasn't a trace of impurity in it, and it had the sparkling radiance of the purest and kindest side of the human heart. It was said to be able to purify all living beings in the world and lead them to the other shore. Now, it was truly extraordinary and effectively dispelled the killing intent. At this point, the 5 weapons on the demonic god altar gradually calmed down, and the aura of the great emperors was no longer present. Amitabha! Many people couldn't help but chant the name of Buddha. Meanwhile, the purple golden Buddhist bridge became even more sacred and peaceful as a result, flowing with auspicious light. Regardless of whether it was the black-robed gods and devils from the underworld or the main deities from God's organization, their expressions all changed. The Buddhism established by Amitabha made them feel restraining fear. Mountains and rivers collapsed. This place was in an unbearable state and full of scars. Only a single altar was undamaged, simple and unadorned. The 5 sovereign armaments on it revealed their true bodies. They no longer trembled and calmly laid there. They were actually all broken pieces and not perfect weapons. They were entirely green in color. Some of them didn't have any luster and were extremely dim, while others had a layer of clear splendor flowing about. Every single piece had an ancient feeling, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years they had experienced. This was a ruler made from the most mysterious feather azure gold. It was an immortal material that was just as famous as Phoenix blood scarlet gold and immortal tears green gold. It was unknown why it broke apart into 5 pieces and scattered on the ground. Everyone was stupefied. This was definitely a sovereign weapon, yet it was actually broken by someone. This was just too horrifying. No wonder it attacked the Holy Spirit's immortal tears green gold ruler. It was because it was a heaven-measuring ruler to begin with. It was provoked by killing intent and couldn't tolerate an ordinary weapon provoking it. How exactly did it break apart? Everyone was shocked. They didn't dare approach and only watched from afar. The fracture was irregular, as if it was forcefully cracked open by someone. Just how great of a power was needed to destroy a sovereign weapon? It was beyond common sense. If there was a battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. This is hard to imagine. I've only heard of this type of bitter divine battle during the legendary era and the collapse of ancient heaven. Could it be the supreme being of that era? A great sage grew doubtful, his voice not calm at all. No, it looks a bit familiar. It's similar to what was recorded in ancient texts. This seems to be the legendary supreme divine weapon. The 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly spoke, his expression abnormally excited. Then, the human race's Tao protector, Demon Bull King, Underworld's peerless expert, and that main deity's expressions all trembled. At the same time, they thought of a character that had looked down on all of history. It's him, the supreme being who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Demon Emperor. A Tao protector said this great name with a trembling voice, full of reverence. This was an ancient demon emperor who looked down on all of the heavens and tens of thousands of realms. His invincible style illuminated the starry sky, and his illustrious name made people tremble in fear. He was supreme, and in the era he ruled, no one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths dared to disobey him. How could it be him? Wasn't he buried in the Big Dipper starfield? How could he appear here? His era couldn't be verified. Some said he was in the glorious demon era hundreds of thousands of years ago, while others said he was millions of years ago, near the end of the archaic era. As for his legend, most people didn't know, but as the great sage of the starry sky ancient road, they wouldn't be ignorant. That kind of glory made them revere him just thinking about it. That was truly an invincible ancient road that swept across the starry sky. When the demon emperor was young, he walked the human race's ancient road, and was chased by everyone. In the end, the more he fought, the stronger he became, and he was invincible under the heavens. His original body wasn't that powerful, and it was rumored that he was just a snow rabbit. However, he became a matchless supreme being, known to have cut down all supreme beings under the heavens. In the tens of thousands of realms, only he was supreme. Before he achieved the Tao, he had once fought a bloody battle that shocked tens of thousands of ages. He killed a divine blood supreme being, killed a Holy Spirit unmatched ancient ancestor, as well as several ancient evil gods at the quasi-emperor realm. That battle was heaven and earth collapsing, ghosts weeping and deities howling. People found it hard to imagine that he roared through the cosmos alone, defeating all sides in a single night, killing all of his competitors and domineeringly ascending to the peak. His name was Shui Yueqing, a man whose clothes were whiter than snow, surpassing deities. In that era, he fought against the deities of the 9 heavens and suppressed the corpses of the 9 netherworlds. His appearance was exceptional, unmatched in this world. Even though his background was insignificant and small, just a snow rabbit, he was still unordinary. He advanced step by step, ultimately becoming a demon emperor at the peak of the extreme Tao. In the end, people forgot his identity, because he was just too powerful, making even the deities tremble. Legend has it that the demon emperor was unrivaled under the heavens. He used his weak body to refine his blood and nourish himself, continuously becoming stronger. In the end, a single drop of his blood could kill a dragon. Everyone thought that he passed away in the Big Dipper in his later years, but there were also some ancient records that stated that the demon emperor's great tomb turned into a continent, ultimately crashing into the depths of the cosmos. At this moment, when the demon emperor ruler appeared, everyone knew that this was the demon emperor's ancient tomb. However, people's suspicions also arose. Why did the demon emperor ruler, whose name was recorded in history, shatter? One has to know that its prestige was extremely great. There were no records of the demon emperor having such a world-shaking battle with others, and even more so, there was no mention of the demon emperor ruler being broken. It should have disappeared together with him. Could it be that in his later years, the demon emperor encountered the most terrifying battle of his life while sitting alone in the tomb? The emperor weapon shattered, and the great tomb crashed into the depths of the cosmos. When thinking of this possibility, everyone's hair stood on end. How powerful was that opponent? It simply couldn't be found in history. The white-clothed demon emperor was unparalleled. How could he have met an opponent back then? Legend has it that he traveled throughout the cosmos in search of an opponent, and there was no one who could withstand even a finger of his. People's thoughts were running wild. In the end, they all stared at the broken pieces of the weapon. At this moment, it was impossible to say that there was no greed in the crowd. This was the demon emperor ruler, whose divine might had shocked the ages. Even if it was broken, it was still a priceless treasure. Moreover, if it was really a complete heaven-measuring ruler, people definitely wouldn't be able to control it. If it was a piece, perhaps it could be used by a peerless expert at the level of the great sage. Swish! A clear radiance flashed, and the main deity holding the cauldron stepped forward. He put away all his killing intent, and his whole person was calm and peaceful. He approached forward, about to put away the demon emperor ruler. The first great sage had made his move, and the others naturally couldn't sit still. They all stepped forward. 6 or 7 peerless great sage approached, and they cautiously walked toward the demonic god altar. Who would be willing to give up such an opportunity? The weapon of the demon emperor of a generation was now broken into 5 pieces and displayed here. Any cultivator would be tempted. The others held their breaths, and they didn't dare to fight over it. They watched carefully. Some of the human Tao protectors didn't move, and their expressions were gloomy as they waited for an opportunity. Boom! Suddenly, after the 6 or 7 great sage approached the altar, it emitted a screen of light, and it made the area appear misty. Streaks of bloody light flashed past, and a white-clothed phantom stood there with his back facing everyone. He was silently paying tribute to the emperor weapon. Plop! Almost everyone knelt down. They felt a kind of ancient pressure, and even the great sage couldn't help but want to kowtow. His knees were trembling. This shocked everyone. At this moment, they understood that the white-clothed phantom must be the demon emperor. To be more precise, this was a remnant imprint left behind when he stopped, and it hadn't dissipated with the wind even now. It was just a remnant footprint, but it was enough to make the great sage almost kneel down. How powerful was this? Following that, one scene after another flashed past. Everyone was shocked, and their bodies trembled. They finally understood why the demon emperor ruler was broken. Chapter 1378. Who was the fiend emperor fighting against? In that era, he could suppress the heavens and 10,000 realms, yet there was still someone who could force him to this step? It really was inconceivable, exceeding normal reasoning. The battle in the scene was too terrifying, making even the great sage tremble. He couldn't hold back any longer, all of them kneeling down, crying out for the fiend emperor. Those were streak after streak of world-destroying immortal radiance, blasting apart the cosmos, shattering the endless skies, all regions instantly shattered. It was definitely enough to kill all saints in this world. Only a white-clothed figure towered in the heavens, allowing the stars to vanish, the blue sea to turn into smoke, the heavenly domain to ashes. He was still undying, enduring this tremendous pressure. That was the matchless fiend emperor, white clothes purer than snow. His eyes were deep, the radiance within them splitting heaven and earth, the scenes of stellar rivers being destroyed. He didn't move at all, existing forever in this world. Such a great disaster, such a great calamity, any strand of light that spilled out could instantly kill the experts of the heavens. Yet in that instant, there were no saints left in this world, only white bones. The fiend emperor was too powerful, not defending himself at all. His eyes released sharp radiance, as if it crossed endless time and arrived in this world, entering the depths of everyone's hearts. Above his head was a green-gold immortal ruler, heaven-destroying and earth-splitting, cutting down deities and eradicating immortals. It went against the sky, shattering the universe. At this moment, everyone clearly saw the endless starry skies shatter, nothing remaining. The power of this strike could be said to be world-shattering, no one able to stop it under the heavens. The great sage trembled. This was just a casual strike from the fiend emperor, not a true great killing power, yet it was already enough to wipe out the world, destroy the 10,000 realms of the heavens. If they were here, 10,000 wouldn't even be enough to kill him. Just a single wisp of multicolored light could destroy all of them thousands to tens of thousands of times. Even ants looking up at an azure dragon wasn't enough to describe how insignificant they were. This type of disparity left one in despair. The difference from a great emperor was too great. Only by personally witnessing it would they understand. Fiend emperor, he is attacking the immortal domain, wishing to achieve immortality. The bull demon king said with a trembling voice. Was this the reason why the immortal ruler broke into 5 pieces? The demon emperor was too powerful, and his essence energy had only just begun to rise. Compared to before, it was 10 times more terrifying, and even more unfathomable. People were unable to estimate it, and couldn't even look up to it. Nothing existed anymore. There was only a white-clothed figure, standing alone in the ancient starry sky. He advanced on the path of immortality, conquering long life. He wanted to achieve the undying. This is a great emperor, a true great emperor taking action. It's a pity that we can't see it. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The heroes knelt on the ground and raised their heads as they muttered. The true might of a great emperor had just begun. Unfortunately, the universe was vast and the primal chaos mist had appeared, covering everything. They couldn't see the true power of the demonic emperor. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw an ancient emperor making a move. He actually wanted to wage war against the immortal realms, wanting to carve out his own future, killing his way out to clear the skies. Advance into immortal domain. The fiend emperor is too powerful. He no longer has anything to pursue in this world. He is attacking the path of long life. During the process of that white-clothed figure conquering the immortal path, tens of thousands of strands of immortal splendor descended, able to kill all living things in the heavens. However, he was happy and fearless, standing alone in the primal chaos. The demon emperor roared, wanting to enter immortal domain. However, there was a type of boundless immortal light obstructing him, sweeping through all who went against it. This type of immortal Tao power destroyed the universe. The star domain was greatly damaged. Why can't we see it? This is a true great emperor taking action. Do we not even have the qualifications to see it? The great sage's voice trembled. This was the greatest regret of his life. Hong Long. In that scene, the demon emperor ruler soared into the sky, bringing with it heaven-overflowing primal chaos energy. It was as if it had broken through something, releasing immortal force. I see it, I see it. The demon emperor is attacking the immortal path. At this moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly cried out, his expression extremely excited. As the great sage, he also possessed a pair of extremely strange eyes, allowing him to capture the blurry scene. He saw the scene of the demon emperor attacking the path of long life. The 100 Tribulations Taoist's body and mind trembled. He knelt on the ground, muttering to himself and continuously kowtowing. This was greatly different from his usual behavior. Right now, he seemed like a devout believer. The demon emperor is extremely mighty, bringing a ray of light to our generation, proving the existence of immortal domain. I believe that is definitely the case. He has almost blasted it open. The 100 Tribulations Taoist shouted loudly, as if he had gone mad. He no longer had the slightest bit of a carefree attitude. He was like a deranged demon, his face even distorted. Immortal domain, treading on the path of long life, slaughtering out a clear sky. Can we really witness the existence of immortal domain? The others were also shocked, their hearts trembling. Just like a legend, the scene on the demonic god altar changed again. At this time, many people saw that in the world that had been shattered for 10,000 years, a path of long life seemed to have appeared. The peerless demon emperor's white clothes were dyed in blood. He advanced step by step, towards an unknown shore, towards his future, towards immortality. No one knew what kind of battle he experienced, what kind of price he paid to carve out this path. Everyone was like clay sculptures. That was a true great emperor taking action, establishing an unmatched legend, carving out this type of path. He walked forward step by step, his eyes resolute. Even someone as powerful as the demon emperor, for the sake of fighting on this path, suffered heavy injuries. His snow-white clothes were dyed in blood, making his heroic appearance appear even more outstanding, otherworldly. The peerless demon emperor was heroic and imposing, his black hair naturally scattering down, his white clothes purer than snow, specks of blood blossoming from them. His temperament was extraordinary, his appearance like jade. This was a man like a god. He carved out an immortal path, slaughtering out a clear sky. Everyone was stupefied, all of them shaken. This was creating history, establishing an unprecedented legend. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, all of their blood boiling. They couldn't help but roar out loudly. There was none in the past, none in the present, and there might not be any in the future. They had never heard of anyone stepping into immortal domain, treading the path of long life. Did the demon emperor achieve immortality? Everyone's blood was boiling, as if they were experiencing this legend themselves, establishing an unprecedented grand occasion. They wanted to shout and shout, let the entire universe know. The saints trembled, incomparably sincere, kneeling down from the bottom of their hearts. This was the exceptional white-clothed demon emperor, a man who was like a god, worthy of everyone's sincere respect. On that immortal path that made countless heroes hope, grieve and despair, the demon emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. It was just that beautiful, actually making everyone's hearts feel pain. The demon emperor's body swayed, almost falling onto the road. Bright red blood scattered across the white clothes, blossoming bit by bit. It was extremely striking, making everyone's hearts tremble. No one expected his injuries to be this severe, exceeding their imaginations. This was a great emperor, yet he was swaying as he walked, walking on the immortal path with difficulty. The ancient great emperor was injured. Everyone's souls trembled. For them, This was something unimaginable. Great emperors represented the extreme Tao of this world, able to suppress the endless past. They had never been seriously injured before. Under normal circumstances, they were unmatched in this world, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. They wouldn't suffer the slightest injury, no matter how light it was. I am finally old, not letting down the glory of the past. The demon emperor said to himself, feeling a sense of loneliness. Even though he was heroic and imposing, his face still young. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of endless time. This was his later years, long past his peak. No matter how great of an existence was, there would be a day when they would grow old. This was something that couldn't be helped, the sorrow of a great emperor. Their primordial spirits were about to be destroyed, affecting every part of their body, causing their blood energy to wither up, losing their past unmatched glory. This was something that couldn't be avoided, a day that would arrive sooner or later. Everyone was extremely nervous, holding their breaths. This place was dead silent. Everyone's hearts were trembling, paying close attention to this without blinking. Would the demon emperor be able to walk this path to the end, establish a long life, reach the peak of the undying? If it was true, then it would topple everyone's understanding since ancient times until now. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, waiting for the final result. This was a type of torment. Was he going to become an immortal, or was he going to die in dejection? The exceptional demon emperor walked forward. He found it hard to stabilize his body, swaying intensely, almost falling onto the ground several times. This was but an ancient great emperor. When had he ever been in such a difficult situation before? An omnipotent existence that suppressed the 9 heavens 10 earths right now was on the verge of collapse, every step difficult, about to fall onto that path. Pang! Suddenly that path collapsed. The immortal couldn't be seen before him, the path couldn't be seen behind him, nothing existing anymore. The demon emperor flew out horizontally, blood splashing through the void. Defeated. Everyone's hearts tightened, as if a large hand was grabbing them. Then they felt intense pain. This was a type of endless hatred. Endless primal chaos waterfall poured down, submerging that place, burying the demon emperor of a generation. Nothing could be seen, only his voice sounding. Endless time, only appearing for an instant, the only correct location, fighting against the heavens at the peak. When all of these factors are added together, perhaps I could break through, reach the peak. What a pity, I am already old, unable to recover my peak strength. The demon emperor was lonely, carrying endless regret. His words were bleak. He was just a bit off, yet he still fell on the immortal path. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to have penetrated the past, present, and future, making everyone clearly feel that type of emotion. A snow rabbit was originally the weakest creature, but it advanced step by step, ultimately becoming an unmatched demon emperor, establishing the most resplendent golden age, his name shaking all of history. Shui Yueqing, a heaven-warping genius, moving unhindered through his entire life. In that instant of endless time, he fought his way through the immortal path, charging forward, but in the end, he couldn't reach the end. That fleeting point of time came too late. At that time, he was already no longer young. Even though he was a great emperor, there were still times when he declined. He was just a bit off, but in the end, he still couldn't reach the end of the immortal path. Everyone became silent, all of them deeply moved. They sighed for the exceptional demon emperor. He was just a bit off, but in the end, he still failed. Everyone felt pity for him. Their hearts grieved. It truly was too regretful. It wasn't that this godlike male wasn't strong, but rather that his most powerful state had already passed. Just how divine was the demon emperor exactly? If his blood energy was flourishing, when his fighting strength was at its peak, he might have succeeded. What a pity, this godlike male. In the end, everyone could only feel this type of regret, silently sighing. The demon emperor's regret was engraved in everyone's hearts, resonating with them. Let's do it again. I will use my life to resist. In the primal chaos divine waterfall that buried the demon emperor, a heaven-measuring ruler rushed up, fighting in place of the old demon emperor. It rushed towards the broken immortal path, wishing to open up a new path. I missed it, time has already passed. The demon emperor muttered. The heaven-defying immortal ruler was unwilling, feeling sorrow for the demon emperor. It brandished the power of the extreme Tao, rushing towards the end of the legend, wishing to change this regretful ending. The true divine might of a great emperor. In that place, time became chaotic, space collapsing, everything becoming completely chaotic. Everyone couldn't see anything. The final result had long been set in stone. The demon emperor ruler failed. The ruler body forged from black gold broke, the deity within almost completely obliterated, destroyed on the immortal path, breaking into 5 pieces. It's fine even if I don't want the immortal path. How can I lose you? The exceptional demon emperor's white clothes were dyed in blood. He sighed alone in the wind, standing beside a pile of yellow earth, personally burying the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life. He was already old, powerless to reforge the demon emperor ruler's life. Chapter 1379. This was a regret in life, and it was hard for people to accept. The demon emperor of a generation died with regret. He sent off the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life in the cold wind, and was buried in the soil. He didn't have long to live either. His primordial spirit was marked by time, and his body naturally couldn't stay for long unless the two were separated. But if that was the case, what was the point of leaving a shell of flesh? The demon emperor died, and the heaven-measuring ruler was broken into 5 pieces, leaving behind a great regret. This man who was outstanding millions of years ago had died sadly. It was a pity that Shui Yueqing was such a mighty supreme being. The curtain of light turned into rain, and the footprint on the demonic god altar disappeared. At this point, the majestic pressure dissipated, and only the broken demon emperor ruler was left. The 5 fragments of the emperor weapon recorded everything that happened in that battle. Unfortunately, the deity within them was almost obliterated, and what was left was only a broken imprint. The great sage stood up, and the heroes stopped kowtowing. They all stared at the damaged demon emperor ruler. It was made of feather azure gold, and there were large feather-like marks on it, as if it was a flying immortal. The experts of the underworld, the master god who came with the cauldron, and the other great sage acted at almost the same time. They all stretched out a large hand to grab forward, and they all wanted to snatch the fragments of the emperor weapon. Everyone restrained their killing intent and released peace. Even the black-robed demonic god from the underworld's hand, which was covered in black hair, also released a rare holy splendor. In the distance, everyone was envious. Only people of this level could fight for the fragments of the emperor weapon. The others didn't even need to think about it. In an era without emperors, the great sage was an absolute existence. 6 or 7 large hands descended at the same time, and just as they were about to grab the fragments, a monstrous killing intent swept across the demonic god altar, and it couldn't be blocked at all. Everyone was shocked. How many creatures had been killed to create such a scene? Everyone saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood overflowed into the sky, and white bones formed mountains. Who was this? At such a crucial moment, he actually dared to be so ruthless, using the most terrifying killing intent to activate the fragments of the emperor weapon to target the great sage. Boom! The 6 or 7 great sage turned around and left. Their bodies turned into streaks of afterimages, leaving behind afterimages in the air. They all tore through the sky and retreated to the end of the horizon. They were furious. This was clearly plotting against them, catching them all in one fell swoop and harming them to death. A terrifying monarch's might appeared, and the broken demon emperor ruler was activated. It emitted a cyan light, and the stripes of ascending to heaven and earth were imprinted in the sky. The 5 fragments rushed towards 5 different directions, sweeping across the crowd. Pooh! The golem Holy Spirit was the most pitiful. He had the immortal tear's green golden ruler on him, but it didn't yield, releasing a strand of divine might. As a result, he was immediately targeted. A streak of divine radiance flashed past. A small half of the golem's body was pierced through. Divine blood poured out, scattering into the void, destroying the mountains and rivers below until they were beyond recognition. The stone man cried out. He moved and withdrew himself, cutting off a portion of his body to prevent himself from passively transforming into the Tao. Then, he quickly fell down, doing everything he could to quickly repair his stone body. He was the most powerful existence among the great sage. In the past, he had never been in such a sorry state like he was today. He didn't want to suffer serious injuries again and again. This made his anger surge into the heavens, but he had no choice but to endure it. Chi! The bull demon king was also struck. Apart from losing an incarnation, one of his arms was also blasted apart. The great sage's blood scattered outwards, making his expression extremely ugly. The black-robed demonic god of the underworld roared angrily, searching for the culprit. He was almost impaled to death by a broken weapon, and he used a divine corpse that had been refined for many years as a substitute to avoid this disaster. The main deity of the god's organization also had an ugly expression. A fist-sized hole appeared on the copper cauldron. He had also encountered a dangerous attack. It's the great demonic god. Only he has this kind of killing intent. He had previously destroyed an ancient life star, killing countless creatures. Someone cried out. If this really was the case, then the great demonic god was too terrifying. He dared to act against the great sage, and as expected, he was extremely daring. This couldn't even be described as snatching food from the tiger's mouth. This was heaven-defying. Even if he was extremely powerful, a supreme being of the human race's ancient path, unrivaled throughout the star path, there was no way he could challenge the great sage at the absolute peak. At this time, daring to take action required a type of great courage. The great armies of the various races arrived, and every single one of them was boundless. The aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood disappeared, and it was difficult to immediately find them. Moreover, at this time, the various races were in chaos. The great sage's roar alone was already useless, and everyone began to flee for their lives. This naturally incited a massacre. Pooh! Pooh! This was a world dyed in blood. A single tremble from the broken pieces of the emperor weapon would produce a rain of blood. Numerous experts fell, unable to resist this kind of emperor might. Perhaps it wasn't the great demonic god, but a human king who took action, activating the broken pieces of the emperor weapon. Someone cried out. The scene had long since become chaotic. For most people, it wasn't important who took action. They were all scrambling to flee for their lives, wanting to leave this blood-stained demonic land. If they were even a step late, they might die. Only the great sage from just now were furious, hating the person in the dock for harboring malicious intentions. He actually dared to act like this, using underhanded means against them. They truly couldn't swallow this anger. Their spiritual senses were sharp, but they couldn't immediately lock onto that person. They only knew that he was a junior, and if nothing unexpected happened, he should be one of the supreme beings of the human race's ancient path. Where is the great demonic god? This old bull will hack you apart alive. The demon bull king roared. His large eyes glared, as if two great stars were condensed there. Human king, I really want to see if you can become a king among men. The stone man Holy Spirit also released a cold voice, full of coldness and cruelty. These two naturally didn't immediately determine who the mastermind was. Since someone said it was the great demonic god or the human king, then they would treat it as the two of them. In any case, they were all young supreme beings of the human race. Killing one more now was one more to prevent them from becoming a great disaster in the future. Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. The old monk from the Amitba star field chanted. His yellow brows drooped slightly as he blocked the two experts. Who is right and who is wrong, we still can't be sure. Please don't act rashly. The demon bull king shouted. Baldy, it's easy for you to say. A little brat that hasn't even grown out all his hair dares to ride on our necks. Do you still want to protect him? Monk, don't meddle in other people's business. This was definitely done by a few youths of your human race. They are too daring. An evil god also had a gloomy expression as he said, You might as well just kill them all and be done with it. How rude of you to cultivate on our human race's ancient path. The human race's Tao protectors all stood out to block them. Ah! Miserable cries rose and fell. The 5 emperor weapon fragments were all flying out, creating a great disaster. Blood splashed in all directions, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Even the great sage couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't dare to stay any longer and hid in the crowd, observing as he retreated. This scene was too terrifying. The only thing that made people sober was that the 5 emperor weapons seemed to have a trace of clarity after a while. Some kind of thought from the ancient past returned, and the slaughter gradually stopped. The true deity within the demon emperor ruler had been obliterated, and what remained was only a remnant will. After so many years of nourishment and growth, it had long since mutated and was no longer the original emperor weapon. Welcome back, the immortal ruler. The black-robed man from the underworld let out a roar and chanted a scripture. It was actually a segment of immemorial demonic text, and a strange fluctuation flowed out, awakening the Emperor weapon's old memories. With a clang, a broken immortal ruler flew into the bronze coffin and produced a loud sound. This wasn't a true attack. It was a segment of demonic divine text left behind by the demon emperor. No one would have thought that the people from the underworld would actually have a segment in their possession, and it had awakened the immortal ruler's favorable impression and thoughts. However, a wave of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Its murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, and it instantly struck into the coffin. Gotcha! Without a doubt, this was a disaster. The bronze coffin was penetrated by the restless immortal ruler. Its entire body cracked, and a large hole appeared. Who? The black-robed man from the underworld's voice was cold as he looked at the main deity holding the cauldron. This place was in complete chaos. The fragments of the demon emperor ruler were no longer as violent. The great sage began to use all his methods to calm them down and draw them to his side. Unknowingly, a piece of the immortal ruler disappeared. No one knew where it went. The expressions of the great sage were extremely unsightly. In the dark, Yi Fan also furrowed his brows. Could it be that the great demonic god or a human king had succeeded? He could be sure that the one who attacked the great sage was indeed a supreme of the younger generation. Yi Fan silently chanted a segment of scripture that originated from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Only a wave of essence, energy, and spirit overflowed, and there was no divine will or sound. Moreover, he operated the army formula, the supreme secret technique that could control all things in the world as weapons, and summon the immortal ruler. This was not imprisonment, but a form of communication. The army formula communicated with the immortal ruler, instantly reducing its restlessness to the minimum. The scripture in the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was not of much use. Instead, the Qing Thearka's 9 slashes and the Heart Sutra unleashed a divine effect. This was part of the principles that Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged. Under the dual effects of the Demon Emperor Sutra and the army formula, the immortal ruler disappeared with a flash of divine radiance and appeared in his body. The second piece of the Demon Emperor ruler disappeared into thin air. No one knew that it had entered Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. There, a 3-leaf green lotus trembled, and this imperial weapon immediately quietened down. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was silent for a while. Almost in the blink of an eye, when Yi Fan came back to his senses, the third immortal ruler had disappeared without a trace. He did not know whose hands it had landed in. Everyone knew that it was impossible to forcefully suppress the immortal ruler. Otherwise, they would definitely be turned into ashes by the Demon Emperor ruler. They believed that the person who obtained it either possessed the secret technique left behind by the Demon Emperor in this world, or was closely related to the demon race, awakened the immortal ruler's old memories, and obtained its recognition. All the great sage looked indifferent, and no emotions could be seen. No one knew who among them had obtained it. They did not say a word and called for the remaining 2 imperial weapons. Yi Fan focused and silently recited the Qing Thearka's ancient scripture. He connected with the army formula to the other immortal ruler. This time, he encountered great resistance because another mysterious person was also communicating with the Demon Emperor ruler. Swish! With a flash of green light, the immortal radiance tore the void apart. The 4th immortal ruler fragment disappeared, and the final result was that it entered Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. He successfully obtained it. There were a total of 5 imperial weapon fragments. At this moment, 2 of the immortal ruler fragments were in his hands. This surprised even Yi Fan. There were no less than a dozen great sage present, and 2 of them actually obtained the Demon Emperor ruler. It was truly unexpected. Swoosh! In his sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed gently. The 2 immortal ruler fragments calmed down, and a clear radiance flowed faintly. It seemed very peaceful. Chapter 1380. In the sea of reincarnation, the 2 fragments of the ruler lay dormant, flowing with a misty azure radiance. It seemed very peaceful. Yi Fan taking action at this time was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It would be disastrous if he were to fight with the great sage for the imperial weapon. This place was in chaos. Everyone was looking for the Demon Emperor ruler. This kind of artifact couldn't be taken by force, so they could only communicate with it. Otherwise, even the great sage would be beaten into dust. Amitabha! The yellow-browed old monk chanted the name of Buddha. The purple golden bridge under his feet extended, and the purest and most auspicious power of faith flowed, surrounding the last ruler. The old monk's cultivation was profound. His body was enveloped by many halos, making him look dignified. Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas appeared above his head. They chanted ancient scriptures and communicated with the demon emperor ruler, wanting to lead it into Buddhism and make it a protector Tao weapon. Rumble! A large cauldron floated up and down. The chief god from God's organization made his move, activating the weapon. All kinds of patterns appeared on the cauldron's walls, including the ancients, flowers, birds, fish, insects, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This contained a type of life force when all things were first born, when the heavens and earth were opened. It turned into a wave of immortal essence, flowing towards that immortal ruler to repair it. Clang! The black-robed expert from the underworld didn't want to fall behind. The ancient coffin trembled and a burial scripture rang out, as if mourning for the demon emperor. The great sage moved together, using all kinds of methods to fight for the last ruler. As for who had the first 4 pieces, no one knew. Logically speaking, they should have fallen into their hands as well. Yi Fan frowned. He couldn't get this golden ruler now. The great sage was fighting for it, so there would most likely be problems. Boom! The old monk from the Amitabha starfield took out an alms bowl. Buddhist light shone brightly, and there were many demonic characters inside. The characters looked like dragons and cheelants. The chief god from God's organization didn't want to fall behind. The tens of thousands of spirits in the cauldron appeared at the same time, resonating with the demon emperor ruler, wanting to obtain its approval. At the same time, the 100 Tribulations Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, chanting demonic scriptures. He was a true old demon. The blood in his body surged as he called out in the name of the great sage of the demon race. In this place, divine winds howled angrily. The great sage all displayed their divine abilities, summoning the wind and summoning the rain, setting up altars to carry out the most powerful competition. Yi Fan retreated silently and left Mount Dibbing with a large number of cultivators. He didn't want to be involved in the last storm and appeared in another ancient place in the cemetery. An hour later, the great curtain fell, and the last immortal ruler was obtained. The entire mountain area regained its tranquility. The great sage's face was cold, and no one could tell what he was feeling. No one knew who had gained the most in this battle. The 5 emperor weapons had all disappeared. "We are going to leave. Not going any further," some of the cultivators shouted. This place was too dangerous. They were not willing to enter the great imperial mausoleum, fearing that they would die in vain here. They were itinerant cultivators and did not have any powerful leaders. The other armies were calm and did not make any noise, because they were recruited by the great sage, the protector of the tribe. Many powerful divine thoughts swept over, trying to see through the countless cultivators present. The great sage was unwilling to give up and wanted to find out who had the demon emperor ruler. The armies of the various races continued on their way, leaving the mountain area and heading in another direction. Suddenly, a violent and strange fluctuation came. In that place, there was a great mountain that was even larger than a star. It rested in the void, a giant scarlet dragon winding about, moving about in an ancient cave. The Mount of the Demon Emperor. It was the huge red dragon that had manifested earlier. It lived here, in the sky behind Mount Dibbing. The vast fluctuation suppressed everyone. Even the great sage's heart trembled, and he confronted it cautiously. "Nephew, don't forget your uncle." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was sharp-eyed and saw Longma at a glance. It was floating in the dragon cave, surrounded by wisps of dragon chi. The great sage was silent for a while. This time, he observed it closely and found that the red dragon was not the real body, but an inextinguishable chi of essence, wrapped in a mark. It was not a living body at all, but a mark left by the mount of the demon emperor. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Even the demon emperor had died. How could his mount live until now? It must have become dust in the passage of time. The shape of this mountain was like an ancient tomb, which was specially used to bury the red dragon. It hung between heaven and earth, majestic and majestic. In fact, this mount died before the demon emperor. No matter how powerful it was not the great emperor, so it could not live longer. It could not accompany the demon emperor to the end of his life and fight on the celestial path. A long time ago, it was the spirit demon emperor who had personally buried his mount in the yellow soil and erected a monument for it. After endless years, another Longma appeared. It drew out a portion of the essence left behind by the red dragon in the great tomb and threw itself at its companion. The two merged together. It could be said that this was Longma's natural luck. Ordinary people could not obtain it. This was an inheritance of its own kind, a cultivation method left behind by the ancestor of the Longma clan. This was improved by the demon emperor. Everyone was envious. Even if they obtained the fragment of the immortal ruler, their harvest might not be as great as Longma's. It was an inheritance that transcended the ages and bathed in the scarlet dragon's essence energy. What made everyone feel helpless was that it was difficult to approach. There was the imprint of the Longma clan there, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Hong Long Glong. The great river surged. A corpse river rushed out from the distant ancient vein. This was the Yellow Springs. Everyone intentionally avoided it, wanting to explore other places first. However, they still encountered it again in the end. This muddy yellow river had 9 bends and 18 bends. It flowed through this mountain range and many places in the ancient region, running through the entire cemetery. Calling it a great tomb wasn't enough. This was a true world with mountains, rivers, and all living things. There were ancient medicines taking root between the cracks of rocks, great peaks towering above the clouds. Roar. A long howl sounded. A heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar sounded from the upper reaches of the corpse river. A creature with bat wings and a body like a demonic ape streaked across the sky. That's a corpse demon. An old cultivator cried out in alarm. This was a creature that could only be born in the archaic extreme danger land. It was extremely evil and evil, a type of malicious spirit that couldn't be more vicious. It's not just one, there's a group over there. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was a large race. Some of them were covered in white fur without wings. They looked like old corpses as they flew through the sky. There were some that were purple in color and covered densely in scales. They had horns and demonic wings on their backs. These were all corpse demons. They carried heaven overflowing deathly energy as they roared past. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rivers and seas surged. Chant scriptures. The human race Tao Protector ordered. Before entering, everyone had already anticipated that there would most likely be some type of creature born from energy in this cemetery. Moreover, they might be extremely powerful, and the mortal expiation scripture and other methods couldn't neutralize them. Over 100 people chanted scriptures together. There were quite a few discrepancies with the scriptures Yi Fan chanted. This wasn't the perfect mortal expiation scripture. It was to the extent where even the one Yi Fan obtained on Earth wasn't complete. Only that human-shaped devil face lamp chanted the most primitive scripture Profound Mysteries. He only discovered this after comparing it. Roars rang through the air as the corpse river surged. Strange creatures rushed out from the water one after another. Some had disheveled hair, some had sinister scales covering their bodies, and all of them emitted deathly energy. Everyone chanted scriptures. Scriptures were transmitted one after another, shining in the void. For these creatures, it was like a heavenly tribulation. They were alarmed and began to resist. Roar! Heaven overflowing roars rang through the air. Several creatures flew over from the upper reaches of the corpse river. Their appearances were strange, and every single one of them was like a god of thunder. The fur on their bodies flickered with faint golden light. These were flesh and blood born from corpse energy. Then they turned into deities. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Their gazes tore through the void, and they didn't even fear the great sage. With a loud sound, heaven and earth collapsed. The deities collided and fought against the saints. They immediately unleashed the most terrifying attacks. Even someone as powerful as the Bull Demon King was almost killed. He was pincered by 2 deities. If not for the Diamond Chakram's power, he would have been in danger. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't dare to be distracted anymore. The great sage moved forward together and attacked forward. Blood splashed out one after another as the battle unfolded. The other armies were chanting scriptures, turning into strands of divine light that hacked towards these ghouls. The great battle came so suddenly. From the upper reaches of the corpse river, several thunder-like existences flew over. Their golden fur was brilliant, and their battle prowess was shocking. They could contend against the great sage as equals. The Yellow Springs surged and terrifying whistling sounds rang out continuously. More and more spirits appeared and attacked everyone. The chanting of scriptures, the wailing of ghosts and the howling of deities, and other sounds interweaved. This place was in an uproar. Yin energy and life energy coexisted, turning into yin and yang energy. Everyone's hearts sank, including the great sage. His expression was grave. This was the tomb of an ancient great emperor, yet now, so many ghouls appeared one after another. This was definitely not a good sign. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If the emperor's corpse underwent a heaven-defying transformation, forget about them. Even if all the experts of the 10,000 realms came, it would still be useless. Lay out the formation. Use the supreme scriptures to purify the chaos of corpses. A Tao protector roared. Great banners fluttered in the wind. Everyone began to lay out the killing formation, killing the Yin spirits. At the same time, they chanted scriptures endlessly, launching a grand expedition. The great battle began. Everyone attacked. Tao patterns densely covered the void, interweaving strand after strand, turning into a net of destruction that fell towards the ghouls. At the same time, the chanting became even louder, as if deities were chanting. Phantoms of gods and devils stood in the 9 heavens. It's time, Yifan said to himself. He silently retreated. Everyone was tied down here, and now that the energy storm was surging, it was the perfect time to rescue Pang Bo. The cauldron above Yifan's head floated up and down, sending down the source energy of all living things, as well as a waterfall of pure faith power to protect him. He crossed the river of corpses and left the imperial tomb. Next, he took out the spell formation platforms he had set up in advance and arranged them in the air, creating an enormous portal. The energy of yin and yang flowed through the tomb, transforming into black and white power that Yifan drew over. Next, he set up dozens of spell formations to stabilize the passageway. Of course, all of this had been prepared in advance, otherwise it would have been too late. The great sage was fighting the Yin gods, and the living beings were fighting the Yin spirits. The world of the great necropolis was filled with killing formations, and all sorts of wild and violent energies were unleashed. Yifan didn't delay, because he didn't have a single minute to waste. He had to seize this opportunity to draw away the terrifying energy. The spatial coordinates were already set, and the portal glowed brightly as the wild energy rushed in. Boom! The chaotic tempest rushed out and struck one of the ancient continents where Pang Bo was trapped. Mountains collapsed, and the stars trembled. He's really here. He wants to rescue the trapped man named Pang Bo. Someone on the ancient continent said coldly. The saint body of the Emperor Burial Star is finally here. In another location, a blurry figure appeared, his eyes cold. Quite a few people were alarmed. They had been waiting for a long time because they knew he would show up. However, no one could have imagined that he would be able to attract such a wild energy to attack the illusory tomb of the ancient emperors. Has the Lord come out? Has he left the true tomb of the ancient emperors? One of the groups was Emissary Qilin and Emissary Vermilion Bird. At the same time, the true tomb of the demon emperor cracked open, and the river of corpses surged as more people rushed out. In front of the ancient continent where Pang Bo was trapped, Yifan smiled coldly. He had a feeling that some extremely powerful experts had arrived. Chapter 1381. The ancient continent floated in the universe. Storms of god power stormed out of the territory gate. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, bombarding this giant tomb. Yifan had borrowed the power of saints to help Pang Bo escape. In the dark, cold eyes gazed at the figures on the ancient continent, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. Our Lord didn't come? The Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary was skeptical. These people had shocking magical powers and profound cultivation. Before they were subdued by Tion, which one of them wasn't an expert whose name could shake an entire region? They were famous on the ancient road of the human race. Perhaps our Lord had a big harvest in the real tomb of the ancient emperors, someone speculated. They weren't hasty because they knew how terrifying Yifan was. He had almost killed the Overlord. Even if he had used some extraordinary means, it meant something. Moreover, these people knew that they weren't the only ones here. Others would jump out to attack the Saint Physique from the Emperor Burial Star. Don't rush. It's still early. We'll attack him at the critical moment. We'll make him miss the cliff, said the Qilin Saint Emissary coldly. Breaking the seal of this ancient continent wasn't easy. It couldn't be done in a short time. They had to wait for the best chance to launch a fatal attack. He's too arrogant. The 6 emissaries tried to persuade him to work for our lord, but he killed them all. From that moment on, the result was already determined. These people were hostile. They hid in the dark and watched everything on the ancient continent, waiting for a chance to come. I hope to see him being suppressed. I want to see if he regrets not working for our lord, sneered the Qilan Saint emissary. Rumble. The energy storming out of the territory gate became more violent. It was the life and death chi, the great sage's aura, and the Yin god's power. All kinds of chaotic storms congregated and created a great wave. The people hiding in the dark discolored. This scene shocked them. The attack was getting stronger and stronger. It was beyond their imagination. The entrance of the ancient continent had a crack. How did he do it? It's too terrifying. He's guiding such a crazy wave. He's borrowing power. The experts under Tion's command and the other experts all paled. The wave was getting bigger and bigger. It was peerless and peerless. At first, it was the aura of the great sage. But later, it was the same as the great sage's true attack. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but many. In addition to the power of the various formations, as well as the fluctuations of the laws of the Yin spirits and the corpse gods, this place was on the verge of being destroyed. Ha ha! Pangbo laughed heartily. He finally saw hope. He had been trapped here for too long, wanting to rush out a long time ago. However, this was a prison, deeply sealing him inside. Now, the opportunity had come. Yi Fan was about to successfully rescue him. In the sky, godly energy bombarded indiscriminately. In the tunnel constructed by Yi Fan with dozens of formations, a vast amount of supernatural energy surged out like a vast ocean and cracked the entrance. How could he succeed so quickly? He really is going to defy the heavens. The people in the dark all sighed in admiration. That's like asking a dozen or so great sages to make a move. Even if they don't actually attack this place, it's more or less the same. Who could possibly block such a powerful attack? Boom. Finally, someone in the dark couldn't help but make a move. He took out a Saint King level forbidden weapon and directly attacked Yi Fan, detonating it in the sky. It was a kind of blazing light that illuminated the universe. It could destroy heaven and earth. This was just a probing attack, but it was already so overbearing. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Buzz! Yi Fan's eyes turned. It was as if he had experienced dozens or hundreds of years. That weapon was controlled by him, and it crashed into the ancient continent. He used the army formula and didn't resist. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and guided it towards the entrance of the empty tomb. Resplendent light erupted. This attack couldn't injure Yi Fan. Instead, it was used by him, contributing a powerful force. We can't let him continue. We have to attack and stop all of this. A person in the dark snorted coldly. He stood up and turned into a stream of light to attack Yi Fan. Without a doubt, this was a Saint King. His origins were unknown, and he was waiting here specifically to target Yi Fan. Chi! A blazing golden light flashed past. Yi Fan's entire body ignited, and he turned into a human-shaped torch. He was full of vigor and vigor. He was as fast as a mortal light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before him. He took the initiative to attack and meet the enemy. This was a lightning-fast battle. Yi Fan relied on the movement secret character and his powerful physical body. When he passed by that person, his golden fist shattered the treasure and destroyed that person's palm. Then, the spiraling magic power traveled up his arm, turning that person's arm into a bloody mist. It was too fast. A powerful attack collided head-on with a very powerful Saint King. With just one move, he was heavily injured and almost crippled. Kill! In the dark, a few more figures rushed out to quickly provide support. They attacked Yi Fan together. At the same time, an exceptional formation appeared to seal Yi Fan. In the void, a white figure flashed, and a woman appeared outside the ancient continent. She was Tion's subordinate, the White Tiger Saint Emissary. She was as famous as the Qilan Saint Emissary and the Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary. Master saw the Demon Emperor ruler and is currently looking for it in the Great Tomb. She brought this news. Then let's do it ourselves. Now that these people have moved, we can use the formation diagram passed down by Master. We will definitely be able to kill him. Someone said. Wait a little longer. This kind of world-shocking formation diagram must be used at the most crucial moment to make him feel regret and despair, said the Qilin Saint Emissary. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A man wearing silver armor and holding a spear appeared. His magic power was overflowing, and his battle intent surged, shaking the ancient continent. Oh, this person is too powerful. His aura is a little familiar. It seems to be the second direct disciple of the human race's Tao protector Qi Tian. That's right. When Master and I went to visit the great sage Qi Tian, we saw this man before. It's the second disciple of the Tao protector. He wants to kill the Saint Physique. This is really mysterious. The Qilin Saint Emissary, the Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary, the White Tiger Saint Emissary, and the others all had strange looks in their eyes as they watched attentively. They knew that the great sage Qi Tian protected the tyrant king. During the 50th city of the human race, he had helped the tyrant king out of trouble and almost subdued Yi Fan. Boom! Another powerful aura appeared. It was extremely powerful. His figure was blurry, but it made the starry sky tremble. Murderous aura seethed, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. Heavens, is the great demonic god personally taking action? The Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary cried out in surprise. No, he's not that strong. It should be someone else. No one had thought that when the Demon Emperor's tomb opened, a great battle would break out on this ancient continent and attract so many experts. In the next moment, dozens of people appeared at the same time and attacked Yi Fan. They were all top experts. So many people are coming. I think he can't escape this calamity. Let's also take action and use the horn diagram of the master. Someone in Di Tian's troops suggested. All right, we can't give him any more time. Otherwise, this continent will really be broken apart by that boundless power. The Qilin Saint Emissary said coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a diagram. As soon as it appeared, wind and lightning erupted. The brilliance was blazing, and it suppressed towards Yi Fan like a high sky. This was a peerlessly powerful diagram. As soon as it approached, many experts were shocked. They were all frightened, and many of their hairs were shaved off by the killing intent. Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a great killing weapon. If he was hit by it, even his indestructible golden body might not be able to withstand it. Golden blood might splatter everywhere. Who is it that actually dares to borrow our strength? Truly audacious. Right at this moment, a cold shout sounded out from the Demon Emperor's tomb on the other side of the battlefield. Some of the great sages found out that there was a formation outside the great tomb that was guiding their godly power through a passage to another region. At this time, the battle in the depths of the Demon Emperor's tomb was reaching its climax. It was also becoming more and more intense. The Yin deities counterattacked fiercely, and 4 more thunder gods appeared. Boom! The stone man that had been injured by the Demon Emperor ruler was already greatly injured. At this moment, he was even more seriously injured. He was almost killed by the 2 corpse gods and was sent flying. In addition, there were other experts who retreated. They didn't want to risk their lives and left the battlefield. Who is this person? He actually built such a passage outside the tomb and borrowed the power of so many heroes. He must have eaten a god's gall. After the retreating stone man and some experts confirmed the spatial coordinates, they killed their way to the ancient continent that trapped Pang Bo. Moreover, there were Yin deities chasing after them. Boom! The appearance of these experts was undoubtedly a great disaster. It made the starry sky tremble. In particular, existences at the level of the sacred spirits and Yin deities intimidated everyone. The powerful fluctuations they released caused the horn diagram Di Tian passed down to deviate from its original path. It's you! You have a curse on your body and have killed more than one person from the sacred spirit bloodline. As soon as the stone man appeared, he immediately sensed something and revealed a dense killing intent. Yi Fan had been cursed by the sacred spirit bloodline's experts. Once his true body appeared, he would no longer hide. When he activated his mysterious technique, he would definitely be sensed by the nearby sacred spirits. It's you again! The voice of the human clan's Tao protector Qi Tian could be heard. He was also one of those who had retreated. When he saw Yi Fan here, his face immediately darkened. Behind him, the chilly wind howled angrily and ghosts cried. Unexpectedly, 2 powerful Yin deities had chased after him and led an endless army of Yin spirits. Pangbo's tribulation. At this moment, Yi Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He secretly transmitted his voice. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but his life would also be in danger. All right, Pangbo replied in the empty tomb. He no longer suppressed his realm and began to break through. Yi Fan did the same. He no longer suppressed his magic power. The golden blood in his body boiled and released thousands of blazing rays of divine light. He did his best to break through. Behind him, a total of 18 ancient characters appeared. They were the 9 ancient characters of the celestial scripture of Sun, and the 9 ancient characters of the newly obtained celestial scripture of Taiyin. They collided violently. These 18 ancient characters were too important to Yi Fan. They allowed his reincarnation scripture to reach perfection and sublimate to the extreme. He tasted a kind of celestial aura from them. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavenly tribulation came so suddenly. It was incomparably berserk, submerging this heaven and earth. It wasn't just one person crossing the tribulation. There was another. This was a double tribulation with different manifestations. When they were added together, it was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for Yi Fan's tribulation. It exceeded common sense and left everyone horrified. Qi Tian and the stone person's faces fell when they saw this. They turned around and left. They were shaken inwardly. They knew that once they were caught up in it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! The 2 Yin deities roared, full of fear. They led the Yin spirit army in retreat. They were even more terrified of heavenly tribulation. They feared this type of extreme young thing the most. As for those who attacked Yi Fan before, their hairs stood on end. They all felt as if they had been attacked by a snake or scorpion. They didn't care about anything else and fled for their lives. Since you've come, then don't run. Yi Fan chased after them with a sea of lightning. Correct, his heavenly tribulation was like a sea, directly smashing down from the cosmos. Yi Fan killed his way over. He immediately caught up to the Tao protector Qi Tian's second disciple. This person was extremely powerful. He was one of the first to attack Yi Fan. He was horrified and inconsolable. He quickly fled in the direction that his master escaped to. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Endless lightning wrapped around this person and carried him forward. He continued to chase after Di Tian's subordinates. These people were all his targets. He had to kill them all. Their masters and masters were nearby. Yi Fan wanted Qi Tian, Di Tian, and the others to watch helplessly without being able to stop him. He wanted to kill these people completely. Chapter 1382. Yi Fan used the heaven's wrath to chase after them. This scene made people gape and shudder. The sea of lightning was enormous and covered the void of the universe. Di Tian's subordinates had varying levels of cultivation, and a few of them fell into the lightning and were turned into ashes immediately. Retreat! We can't resist it! Shouted the Qilin Saint envoy. Yi Fan's Saint King Heaven's wrath was too vast. It was many times more terrifying than ordinary people's. It wasn't just 1 or 2 lightning bolts. It was a sea of lightning. If it had to be subdivided, it would be like a sea of blazing electricity that was as thick as a mountain merging together. How could he resist this? They fled for their lives. If they fell into it, even Saint Kings would be turned into dust. Of course, they weren't the most miserable. Lin Chuan, the second direct disciple of Qi Tian, was the most pitiful. He was the first to be blocked by Yi Fan. Now, lightning flashed and thunder roared. It fell from the void and drowned him completely. Arg! Arg! At this moment, Lin Chuan's voice didn't sound like a human's. It was more like a beast. His body stank and he was struck into a mess. He was a Saint King who wasn't weak. He had been at the level Yi Fan was about to reach for many years. However, he couldn't resist the saint body's wrath. He had never seen such a punishment. Almost immediately, one of his arms was chopped off. A mist of blood floated in the air before evaporating and turning into ashes. Save me! Lin Chuan was desperate. He came with confidence and waited on the ancient continent. He wanted to kill Yi Fan here. He didn't think he would encounter such a big setback. Before coming here, he had already understood Yi Fan's power. He believed that without the formation of the 50th city, the saint body wouldn't be able to do much. He wanted to use his higher realm to crush Yi Fan and avenge his master. Crack! The second wave of the thunder sea smashed down. Lin Chuan's bones were all broken. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Half of his body became a bloody pulp and disappeared in the lightning. His entire body stank. His hair burned to ashes. He was half human, half ghost, and even his intestines had been hacked out. It was a tragic sight. Master. He called weakly in a certain direction, where Qi Tian, the Tao protector of the ancient road of the humans, was located. Stop! Qi Tian was furious. He felt both pained and suffocated, and his eyes were about to spew out flames. This was his personal disciple, yet he was ravaged to such an extent. Boom! He raised his hand and pointed. A sharp ray of light rushed into the heavenly tribulation, trying to break the predicament. However, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The cosmos was torn apart, and an even more berserk sea of lightning descended, hacking towards him. At this moment, he wasn't the only one. Even the golem Holy Spirit, as well as the two Yin deities that had long fled into the depths of the cosmos, felt a wave of fear. The heavenly tribulation's fluctuations were too intense, targeting the great sage. When a person was undergoing tribulation, outsiders couldn't interfere at all. They couldn't help or provoke them, as that would invite trouble upon themselves. The lightning tribulation that was provoked corresponded to the cultivator's realm. According to the scale of Yi Fan's heavenly punishment, if it was deepened to the great sage realm, even deities would have to chant Buddhist scriptures. There weren't many people in the present world who could endure such an overlay. The Tao protector of the human race, Qi Tian, was naturally terrified. As soon as he made his move, he knew that this lightning tribulation couldn't be provoked. It was countless times more powerful than the great sage's tribulation that he had narrowly escaped death in the past. This was the great sage tribulation that descended for Qi Tian after the overlay of the saint body tribulation. Who could withstand it? There's no fucking justice in this world. Qi Tian cursed. Without hesitation, he produced an incarnation that contained his essence, energy, and spirit, as well as a portion of his divine sense, and rushed over. Boom! The great sage's tribulation that was drawn over was too vast and boundless. It filled the cosmos, causing many of the surrounding stars to explode. After Qi Tian's incarnation entered, its skin and flesh were split open. Blood splashed across the starry domain, and the bones all over its body broke in almost an instant, emitting a charred smell. However, it had to be said that those who could become the great sage were all extraordinary. Even under the overlay of the great sage's tribulation that was based on the saint body tribulation, he didn't immediately die and instead persisted for a while. This was a very terrifying matter. To be able to have such a performance, it could be said that it was extraordinary, making all living beings look up to and tremble in fear. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to advance to the great sage level. How many of such people were there in the cosmos? They had risen from millions and millions of creatures, so there was definitely something extraordinary about them. Unfortunately, no matter how extraordinary and powerful they were, it was still difficult for them to pass the great sage's tribulation that was based on the saint body tribulation. In the end, his incarnation persisted for a period of time, but in the end, his bones were still smashed and his blood splashed everywhere, dying in vain. Qi Tian cursed out loud. To make a great sage lose his composure like this was unimaginable. This was because, although it was only an incarnation, it also contained a part of his essence blood and a part of his spiritual will, causing the vitality of his true body to be greatly damaged. What was drawing fire to oneself? This was the best example. Offending the heavenly tribulation brought about the corresponding tribulation punishment, causing him to suffer serious damage. If he hadn't used his incarnation at the critical moment and not used his true body to meet the tribulation head-on, perhaps he would have perished at this moment. This was equivalent to cutting off his flesh and carving out his bones to carry out a substitute death, preserving his true body. On the other side, Yi Fan was still crossing his own Saint King tribulation. The great sage's tribulation had nothing to do with him. Although it was superimposed to correspond to the heavenly punishment, it was only targeted at Qi Tian. This was also the reason why the Tao protector of the ancient road was so angry that he vomited blood. An incarnation had died in vain. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that his second disciple was about to die in the Saint King tribulation. His broken body floated in the blood. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the broken head was also shattered. All the blood was burned away. Master! Lin Chuan's primordial spirit was dim, like a wisp of ghostly fire, and he cried out in fear. No! The veins on Qi Tian's forehead bulged, but there was nothing he could do. When facing something as mysterious and terrifying as heavenly tribulation, he couldn't interfere at all. Yi Fan waved his hand and grabbed the nascent soul, and he stared at Qi Tian with an icy cold and emotionless gaze. You! Let go of him, we can talk about anything, Qi Tian said with a trembling voice. Really? There's nothing more to say. Yi Fan shook his head. With a swipe of his palm, the primordial spirit instantly turned into ashes in the lightning. Qi Tian had sided with the overlord body and almost killed him. Now, his disciple was waiting here, waiting for him to appear and kill him. This made Yi Fan unable to tolerate it. Since he wanted to get rid of him, then he would just have to fight tit for tat. There was nothing much to say. Ah! Qi Tian shrieked, trembling with anger. Pointing at Yi Fan, he said, as long as you're on the ancient road of the humans, you're bound by me. This was a blatant threat and intimidation. All that was missing was bloody suppression and revenge. Boom! In the distance, there was a loud noise on the ancient continent. Rocks flew into the sky, and huge rocks flew into the universe. The entrance opened, and lightning flickered as a figure rushed out. When Qi Tian saw this scene, he immediately coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The fact that the person in the tomb could escape was inseparable from the great merit he had just performed. He had attracted the heavenly tribulation of the great sage level, which was rarely seen in the world. All of it landed there, creating many large cracks in the void tomb. After so many years, the passage of time had already eroded most of the seal power of the void tomb. Yi Fan borrowed the power of the saints and the heavenly tribulation of the great sage to finally create a passage. Qi Tian staggered, and blood stained the corner of his mouth. His clothes were drenched in blood. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He had actually become a helper. Thank you, Senior. Pang Bo laughed loudly, and an exceptional demonic aura rushed into the sky. This shocked everyone. It was as if an ancient demon of 10,000 years had broken through the seal of the great emperor and reappeared in the world. Demonic chi filled the universe, and all the stars were swaying. There was a tall and majestic figure there, like an iron pagoda, taller than an ordinary person. The muscles on his body swelled like small snakes winding around his body. His body flickered with bronze splendor, and his black hair hung down to his waist, thick like a waterfall. That was a pair of sharp eyes, resplendent and intimidating. They glistened in the void universe, and it was extremely threatening. Pang Bo broke free and rushed out with endless lightning tribulation. His heavenly punishment was equally terrifying, rumbling and moving. It was accompanied by ocean-like demonic energy that engulfed the universe. He and Yi Fan looked at each other and laughed loudly from far away. After being trapped for so many years, he finally came out and reunited with an old friend. The two of us brothers will join forces and kill them all. After Pang Bo flew out, he used the 9 slashes of the demon god and took the initiative to attack the person who had attacked Yi Fan just now. Yi Fan nodded. Now that his brother had escaped, he was completely at ease. He no longer had any misgivings and no longer had to restrain himself. He rushed to the other side. These were 2 true dragons that overturned rivers and seas, smashed the universe, and slaughtered in all directions. They were unstoppable under the starry sky. Ah, no. The vermilion bird's sacred envoy shouted, but it was useless. How could he be faster than Yi Fan's movement's secret character? From the start, he couldn't escape and was intercepted by Yi Fan. And now, Yi Fan slapped down with a large hand, suppressing him with a sea of lightning. The god of creation in the void, and lightning formed a large hand. Yi Fan grabbed him in his hand and looked at him coldly. The vermilion bird's sacred envoy was very powerful, but his body had long been smashed into pieces. At this moment, he was in despair. It was too late to say anything, and only death awaited him. Yi Fan exerted a bit of force, and he turned into a pool of blood. His body and soul were destroyed in the lightning. On the other side, Pang Bo roared. He had reached the Saint King realm, and his might was undoubtedly on full display. He killed a group of people who had attacked before, and many Yin spirits were turned into ashes. No, you can't do this. The Qilan's sacred envoy cried out in fear. His heart was trembling, and his face was snow white. The lower half of his body had been turned into charcoal. Yi Fan grabbed him with one hand, and his other hand grabbed the white tiger sacred envoy, preventing them from escaping. Their life and death were in his hands. "Master!" The white tiger sacred envoy screamed. She was a beautiful woman with pure white skin, but at this moment, she was so scared that her face was snow white. Her body had been smashed into pieces, and she looked in a certain direction. Yi Fan looked back and saw a blurry figure looking at them indifferently. It was as if the person had merged into the universe, becoming one with the supreme great Tao. "Master, save me!" The white tiger sacred envoy cried out in a trembling voice. Her beautiful eyes were emitting an astonishing brilliance. "Master, Fairy Xianxia, are you here? Save me!" The Qilin sacred envoy screamed in fear. In the distance, the blurry figure had become one with the world, and he had transformed into the great Tao. It was as if an ancient emperor had crossed time and space, and he was walking over from ancient times. He had made his move, and he was rushing over here at top speed. He actually wanted to challenge Yi Fan's sacred physique heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and he said mercilessly, "No one can save the two of you. No matter who it is, since they attacked me, then they should be prepared to die." A bloody light flashed, and the beautiful white tiger sacred envoy was turned into blood and bones in Yi Fan's palm. The Qilin sacred envoy screamed miserably as he turned into a pile of mush. Then, with a flash of tribulation light, they were turned into ashes, and nothing was left. Yi Fan had killed the two of them in front of Tian. "I won't attack people if they don't attack me. If they want to eliminate me, then I won't hesitate to turn into a demon master and strangle geniuses," Yi Fan said to the blurry figure that was rushing over at top speed. Chapter 1383. Tian had arrived. No one knew how powerful his true body was. Even though his body was indistinct, it caused the stars in the sky to rumble and tremble as if they were about to fall. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a young supreme being from the human race's ancient path. No one had been able to contend against him for so many years and had never tasted defeat. Now he was going to take action. He came too late, just in time to see the beautiful white tiger divine emissary wither away, the powerful Qilin divine emissary turn into a bloody paste, and several powerful subordinates fall here. At this time, no matter how cold and resolute his will was, he would still be greatly moved. Even if he had a heart of stone, great waves would still appear in his heart. Honglong! The void of the universe collapsed, opening up a chaotic passageway. Tian's true body was truly exceptional and terrifying. Everywhere he passed, everything turned into ashes and was destroyed. Meteorites, small planets. Everything was blasted apart. He was like a deity that appeared in the world, causing all living things to tremble. He rushed into the divine body's heavenly tribulation. Everyone cried out in alarm. The destructive power one had to endure within this lightning punishment was unimaginable. Even the great sage had to retreat out of fear of triggering terrifying consequences. No one would have thought that Tian would enter with incomparable power. His entire body shone, as if an ancient great emperor had revived and was overlooking the world. Honglong! Tian's true body entered the sea of lightning, raising his fist and smashing towards Yi Fan. He was exceptionally powerful, and this type of fluctuation made all the divine kings feel despair. It was not something they could hope to contend against. It could destroy all living beings. Two golden beams shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. His entire body was brilliant as he rushed forward with an unmatched sea of lightning to fight against Tian. The boundless divine skies and boundless heavenly tribulation were sucked in by Yi Fan's mouth, almost emptying them all. Then, he concentrated them on his right fist and turned them into world-shaking divine might. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was his physical body? Yi Fan's body turned a golden color, and he looked like a true heavenly god. This type of scene was too terrifying. The boundless sea of lightning and endless heavenly tribulation were almost sucked dry. Yi Fan swallowed them into his body, causing him to emit endless light. At this time, the chanting of sutras came from his body, and divine statues appeared behind him. Every one of them was him. Some were angry, some were mighty, some were sad, some were stern, and all of them were different. He swallowed up such a boundless heavenly tribulation in an instant, simply like something a true deity would do. He was going to punish the world of mortals, leaving everyone so scared that their legs began to tremble. Amidst the blazing light, Yi Fan's right fist smashed out, clashing head-on with Tian across the void of the universe. This was an extremely terrifying scene, and even the great sage was horrified. This was a boundless light of heavenly tribulation, and destroying many saint kings was not a problem at all. It was exceptionally terrifying, the stars in the heavens all trembling. Many small planets nearby exploded, blossoming like fireworks one after another. This was just too shocking. Two great young supreme beings exchanged blows through the air. This type of majestic scene could be said to destroy the world, leaving everyone shaken. All the heroes were terrified. They all retreated. If they were even a moment late, they would definitely turn into ashes. This was the most powerful trump card Yi Fan could currently use. What world's creatures? Under this type of golden fist, they would definitely turn into ashes. The effects were astonishing. It was unknown just how many Een spirits turned into ashes. Brilliant light erupted from the central region, as if 10 suns exploded at the same time. This type of deity-like ripples and incomparable impact made even the great sage's expression change. It was too terrifying, exceptionally powerful. Hong long glong. The heavens fell and the earth split apart, the heavens caving in. The universe's black abyss was everywhere, its end unknown. This place was destroyed. All those under the great sage couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene, almost going limp in the cosmos void. It was difficult for them to endure this type of pressure. Two figures, eagles rushing and pungs circling, tigers pouncing and dragons leaping, tangled together, colliding continuously. This was simply unimaginable, a pure confrontation of life and death. Yi Fan had just entered the Saint King realm. This was the most powerful attack he could release right now, enough to kill all Saint Kings. Divine splendor submerged this place. This was a condensed heaven and earth calamity, turning into Yi Fan's golden fist. When it smashed out, heaven and earth would be destroyed. The cosmos split apart, the world collapsing, and primal chaos surged. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened here. The ripples that were produced made countless meteorites and small planets explode. Too terrifying, simply like a legend. In the distance, everyone muttered. Even the Saint Kings were in despair. The stone statue Holy Spirit, Qi Tian, and Yin Shen's expressions all became overcast, ugly to the extreme. Tian was truly too powerful. It was unknown what kind of bloodline he had or how powerful it was, but he actually blocked this attack and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in this intense confrontation. One had to understand that this was a Saint Physique's exceptional heavenly tribulation. He actually blocked it and fought against Yi Fan here, neck and neck. They fought until the star domain trembled, heaven and earth collapsed, and stars exploded one after another. This was a type of exceptional great terror. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls were about to explode. They were filled with deep reverence. They were worthy of being supreme beings of the younger generation. Yi Fan and Tian were the most powerful heroes of the ancient path. There was no doubt that they were unrivaled in the hearts of the people. Tian had cultivated the Tao for a long time, and had already entered the Saint King realm for many years. His skills were naturally profound. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had just entered this realm, but he used the Saint Physique tribulation to condense it into a golden fist to fight. Like this, it couldn't be said who was suppressing who. One had a higher cultivation realm, while the other used the legendary Sea of Lightning. This could be considered fair, and they were evenly matched. Cultivation realm, Saint Physique tribulation, this was a type of intense collision. It was like a comet smashing into an ancient land of life, erupting with the most dazzling sparks. This was a confrontation between unrivaled experts, a struggle between exceptional experts. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Tian was like a pung splitting the heavens, a dragon soaring through the void, a demonic ape leaping through the heavens, rising and falling as fast as lightning, making the world tremble. With a hong-long sound, they separated in the end, each rushing to one side. This was a great confrontation that shocked the world, a battle between Saint Kings that could be recorded in the annals of history. Only it was just too fast. So many people couldn't even keep up with it before it ended again. Hong-long. The Sea of Lightning that disappeared reappeared, covering heaven and earth as it descended, submerging Yi Fan within. That place was a boundless expanse, and blazing world-destroying lightning radiance was everywhere. One could well imagine how fast that battle just now was. It was so fast that the lightning tribulation stopped for a moment, and then it already happened. Everything was completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. The two young supreme beings separated, each standing in one side. The sea of lightning was boundless, separating them. Strictly speaking, this can be considered a fair collision. Higher cultivation realm against Saint Physique tribulation condensed heavenly punishment. Innately speaking, no one gained the advantage. Someone said in a low voice. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling horrified by these two's strength. The heaven-shocking display just now was simply a reappearance of a legendary era, a legendary struggle between exceptional young sovereigns, a life-and-death battle between young great emperors. No one doubted that this was definitely rare since ancient times. Even the great sage couldn't compare to them when he was young. Only ancient supreme beings could do this. Saint Physique tribulation truly is too powerful. Through this confrontation, it can be compared to those of higher cultivation realms, making even the Tao protector Qi Tian retreat. This was what everyone truly felt. Yi Fan's heavenly punishment was too rare, rarely seen since ancient times. It was too astonishing. Di Tian truly is terrifying, able to enter and exit this type of lightning tribulation without being affected. This means that when he crossed the Saint King tribulation back then, he wasn't any weaker than the Saint Physique tribulation. Everyone sighed in admiration, coming to this type of conclusion. This was the only situation. Otherwise, how could Di Tian face this tribulation head-on and not be harmed in the slightest? What shocked them the most was that Di Tian didn't passively face the tribulation again. It was clear that if he didn't have a world-shaking secret treasure on him, then there was a type of formation that isolated lightning tribulation. In this world, apart from Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving formation, there were a few others, and he might have grasped one of them. Di Tian couldn't be seen clearly. He was an indistinct figure that stood in the darkness of the cosmos, watching the boundless sea of lightning. Only his eyes were sharp and intimidating. This was Di Tian, able to face the divine physique tribulation without suffering any damage himself. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Ever since Yi Fan rose up, this was the first time he encountered someone who could face his heavenly tribulation head-on. His body was definitely exceptionally powerful, or else he would have long been destroyed and turned into a bloody mist. It was too terrifying. Everyone knew that the divine physique of the Emperor Burial Star was powerful, possessing the golden body that was known to be indestructible. Meanwhile, Di Tian's body wasn't any weaker than his, and he possessed an incomparable bloodline physique. This was shocking news. Not only was Di Tian's magical force heaven overflowing, his body was actually this powerful. Yi Fan was moved. To be able to enter and exit his heavenly tribulation, this type of person finally appeared. He was powerful as expected, worthy of being acknowledged by the heavens and chosen by the origin of the Tao. Di Tian stood in the void of the cosmos, his figure indistinct, but he merged with the Tao, becoming the ruler of heaven and earth, truly becoming one with the Tao, heaven, earth, and man becoming one. Right at this time, another figure appeared in the void. His entire body was covered in divine clothes, releasing weak light. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female, but he released a type of undying divine nature. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was definitely another young supreme being that arrived. With a honglong sound, this person had a different type of Tao, shattering all things and piercing through the cosmos. He slaughtered his way over to Yi Fan, directly attacking him. This type of ostentatiousness, this type of domineeringness, this type of self-dominating expression made everyone tremble. Facing the divine physique tribulation really is a good way to test the strength of one's body. Unknowingly when, the 100 Tribulations Taoist also arrived, saying this in a low voice. When everyone heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. He was worthy of being a young supreme being, actually using Yi Fan's great tribulation to temper himself, testing the strength of his body. Yi Fan gathered the immeasurable sea of lightning in the cosmos, striking out with an unrivaled fist intent, clashing head-on with this person. In an instant, they passed each other, and both of their bodies trembled. Too powerful. This person isn't weaker than Di Tian. Who is he? Is it the great demonic god Gu Huang, the human king, or the peerless goddess? Everyone whispered. Only these few people could have such divine might that could suppress all of their peers. If the divine physique tribulation only stops here, then it really isn't much. I don't need any magic power. With a shake of my true body, I can shatter you. Tian said coldly. This was a dignified voice, like that of a young great emperor, shaking everyone's hearts. This was the first time he spoke, and he possessed a type of aura that made people tremble. Only he dared to speak like this. Who dared to resist the divine physique? Yet he said he would use his true body to shatter the divine physique. Pang Bo released a long roar and wanted to come over to help. They had just entered the Saint King realm, and their cultivations weren't that profound. They were afraid that Yi Fan would suffer a loss. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice, telling him that there was no need to come over. A third world-shocking aura appeared. It was full of blood energy, and it was extremely likely that another young supreme being had arrived. He was glaring like a tiger watching its prey, also wanting to take action. If this is all you can do, then I'll truly be disappointed. I'll send you on your way and end things earlier. Tian spoke. His true body moved. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He was crossing the tribulation in the Sea of Lightning, not the slightest bit nervous. He calmly said, "All of you come at me together." When these words were spoken, the entire starry sky became silent. Everyone was stupefied. This was just too arrogant, right? However, immediately afterwards, everyone woke up. Their hearts trembled violently, and great waves surged. They were all shaken. That was an incomparably great heavenly tribulation. Within the chaotic lightning radiance, figures appeared one after another, walking over step by step. It was as if great emperors were being reborn one after another. No, it wasn't just like, it was clearly a great emperor. To be more precise, it was when the great emperor was young. That type of aura was too horrifying. It was exceptionally powerful, making everyone tremble. At this moment, the older generation figures were all stupefied. They saw through some kind of aura, and their entire bodies were trembling. They had a premonition that something was going to happen. Tian's eyes became sluggish, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time his expression truly changed. The divine physique tribulation didn't stop. This was the true beginning. He recognized who some of the human-shaped lightning were. Chapter 1384. These were Taoist figures that descended from the endless primal chaos lightning sea, every single one of them suppressing the 9 heavens, overlooking endless time. Forget about everything else. Just that type of aura alone made even the great sage tremble. Who were these people? Many people were immediately stupefied. Who had ever seen someone suddenly appear from heavenly tribulation? This didn't make sense. These aren't people, they are formed from lightning. A young expert cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, as for the older generation figures, their lips opened and closed, their bodies trembling. A few people knew what was going on, that they were peering into a heaven-defying great secret. These were streak after streak of humanoid lightning. From past until now, how many people had seen this before, moreover personally experienced it? It was just too strange. What is this? They walked out from heavenly tribulation. Are they deities? It makes one's soul tremble in fear. There were naturally many people who didn't understand what was going on. Only, their bodies were contorting, involuntarily feeling fear, not understanding what was going on. In the eyes of normal people, these were deities. Otherwise, how could they descend from heavenly tribulation? They normally resided in the 9 heavens, and now they appeared in this world. It was too mysterious, making one's heart pound. How could it be like this? Impossible. How could this type of thing happen? The great sage-level figures were all muttering, as if they were lost, full of confusion. Only they truly knew what was going on. These were ancient great emperors. This was too heaven-defying, simply not following normal reasoning, like a legend. Young great emperors appeared from heavenly tribulation one after another, descending into this world. Why was this happening? In the void, those figures were all intimidating, every single one of them overlooking the world, looking down on endless time. They all had a type of unmatched attitude, every single one of them supreme beings. At this time, they walked over one after another, their steps steady, as if they were trampling on the endless heavens. 1, 2, 3. The stone being Holy Spirit counted seriously, his voice even trembling, almost kneeling down. It wasn't 3 or 5, but rather 9 in total. Their auras devoured mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless cosmos. They stood there, every single one of them possessing matchless divine might. As long as it was someone who had just peered into the great secret, it would be hard for them to remain calm, great waves surging within their hearts. This was too terrifying, all of them scared stiff. How could a divine body have this type of heavenly tribulation? The saint body from the Emperor Burial Star was going to defy the heavens. Great Emperor. These are their appearances when they were young. Finally, a human Tao protector arrived and revealed the secret with a trembling voice. Boom. This place could not calm down. It was incomparably noisy, and everyone was shocked. This was something that had never happened since the ancient times. Who could normally see something like this? Who had ever heard of something like this? Senior, what's going on? Great sage, please enlighten us and dispel our doubts. When many people heard this, great waves surged within them, unable to understand. They asked the elders to explain, because this truly exceeded the understanding of normal people. This is the heavenly tribulation unique to Saint Physiques. The humanoid lightning it attracted belongs to the primeval emperors. 9 young great emperors. This is how they were when they were young. Each of them looked down on the past, present and future, heroic and imposing, their magic power reaching the heavens. The heavens were in an uproar. There were older generation figures who intermittently spoke about their suspicions. Everyone finally knew what happened. Everyone realized that it wasn't that Yi Fan was being arrogant. Now that the 9 great emperors had appeared in their younger days, how many supreme youths would it take to fight against them? 1D Tian? No, it was definitely too lacking. Even if the great demonic god was added in, it still wouldn't be enough. They still couldn't compare. Even if Fairy Xianxia, the human king, goddess, and others were included, it was still too weak, lacking a bit. It was still difficult for them to stop the 9 young great emperors. Everyone shivered inwardly. The words Yi Fan spoke weren't arrogant at all. Telling everyone to go up together was still considered modest. They definitely wouldn't be enough to fight against the 9 young great emperors. The saints were all shocked. They carefully thought about it. Even if all of the most stunning individuals were added together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the 9 young great emperors. How could 1D Tian be enough? They needed a group of young supreme beings. This was a reality that couldn't help but make everyone tremble in fear. Moreover, even if they found 9 supreme beings from the entire cosmos and gathered them together, there would still be no chance of victory. These so-called supreme beings were only comparable to great emperors when they were young. No matter how stunning they were, there was no way they could surpass them, because emperor was already the limit. Did Yi Fan defy the heavens? This type of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying, something that shouldn't have appeared in this world at all. How would he overcome it? Would he be able to surpass this hurdle? The answer was clearly no. Since ancient times, no one had been able to fight against the 9 great emperors and survive. Everyone felt a chill in their bones, all of them trembling with fear. Within the sea of lightning, the 9 young great emperors made them feel fear, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship them. Truly intimidating, a deep reverence. At this moment, even the 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed. In the distance, the expressions of the 2 Yin deities changed. They were incomparably terrified. Facing the 9 young great emperors, they felt a shiver that came from their souls. That was because these people had truly existed before. Their Tao was branded in the great cosmos. Even though they were at the Saint King realm now, their supreme essence, energy, and spirit could still penetrate the heart of any expert. The Tao protector Qi Tian's expression changed. He couldn't accept this reality. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale. He clenched his fists, but he felt a sense of helplessness. For the first time he felt regret. What kind of person had he provoked? The Tao protector Qi Tian's heart was complicated. He thought about it over and over again, but it was hard to understand. He deeply felt that he really shouldn't have made things difficult for Yi Fan in the past. His heavenly tribulation was so monstrous that it was absolutely terrifying. This was a great calamity. Once he matured, he would definitely be peerlessly terrifying. Would there still be a way for him to survive in the future? An ominous glint flashed in Qi Tian's eyes, and he clenched the fist of the great sage. However, he loosened it again. He was filled with exhaustion and a sense of helplessness. Now, 9 Saint King level great emperors had appeared. If he provoked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the great sage dared to provoke them, 9 figures of the same level would definitely appear. At that time, it would truly be world-defying. 9 great sage-level great emperors would be killed even if they came. Even if all the great sage in this star domain attacked together, they would still die. Qi Tian's expression was unsightly. It was as if he had eaten a dead child. If he attacked, he would definitely be blasted to smithereens. There was no suspense at all. In this part of the starry sky, all the saints were trembling with fear. This was the first time they had seen such a heavenly tribulation. They were all filled with reverence and fear. In the past, when Yi Fan underwent the heavenly tribulation, it was always in a desolate place. No one knew about it. Now that this kind of tribulation had appeared for the first time, it was destined to spread throughout the starry sky. Di Tian, Fairy Xianxia, Great Demonic God, Human King, are you all here? Come at me together. Yi Fan spoke while surrounded by the 9 human-shaped lightning bolts. He moved at the first instant, rushing towards Di Tian. No matter what, he had to pull this person in and let him experience the feeling of being surrounded and attacked by 9 young great emperors. Di Tian was a little shaken. He had long since discovered the abnormality. After learning that those were the figures of the young great emperors, he was greatly shaken. However, fleeing wasn't the personality of the contenders for supremacy on the Emperor's road. This was especially so when the other contender could survive the attacks of 9 young great emperors. If he retreated, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to the other contender? Moreover, after Di Tian recovered from his shock, there was actually a kind of anticipation in his heart. His blood gradually boiled as an extremely high battle intent surged within him. Who could contend against the ancient great emperors? They lived a glorious life, ruling over the heavens and earth, and were revered by others. However, in the hearts of some of the later generations, there was also a trace of hope, or perhaps regret, that they couldn't contend against the deceased great emperors. Now, the opportunity was actually right before his eyes. The battle thirst in Di Tian's bones was revived. His blood for battle surged, and his essence, qi and spirit were seething. He wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors when they were young. True warriors dared to challenge themselves and march towards the emperor's road. They needed to have great courage and a mentality that didn't fear the ancient great emperors. Moreover, they had to be on par with the ancient great emperors in terms of battle achievements. Rumble! Between heaven and earth, the 9 great emperors moved, attacking towards Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was also moving. As he resisted, he traversed through the starry sky and brought Di Tian in. He possessed the world's fastest speed. If he locked onto someone, he would naturally be able to catch up. And Di Tian also had the heart to fight, so he was naturally drawn in. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, they sighed inwardly. Di Tian was indeed worthy of being a young supreme being. He actually had such boldness, taking the initiative to enter the tribulation and wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors when they were young. Ancient great emperors, huh? I'm here as well. Let's compete. At this time, another figure appeared. He wasn't very tall and appeared somewhat thin and weak, but he emitted a towering demonic might. Behind him, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Endless white bones and countless lifeforms' blood piled up to form a divine platform. That person stood on top of it. The great demonic god Gu Huang had also arrived. He possessed a powerful battle heart and didn't hesitate to fight against ancient great emperors at the same level. He was incomparably valiant and transformed into a demonic god as he rushed over. Hong Long Glong. The most terrifying great battle took place. 9 young great emperors' shadows overlooked the cosmos and stellar rivers. Every single one of them possessed heaven-defying strength, every single one of them dominating a period of history. At this moment, their past glory reappeared. This was a bloody battle. Heaven and earth intersected, primal chaos flourishing. Lightning radiance was endless, covering this place. Blood splashed out as soon as it began. Di Tian was powerful to the extreme, fighting against a young great emperor's shadow. However, there were 9 past great emperors here, and they were all moving. Kacha! One of them had black hair that fell down like a waterfall, eyes releasing cold light. He was like a heavenly deity as he descended from the skies. A fist descended, imposing and majestic, almost obliterating Tion's body and spirit. It was too terrifying. The great emperor was unmatched, suppressing an entire great era. There was no one who could match him in the heavens above or earth below. Tion's shoulder was pierced through, dripping with blood. His entire body flew outwards, his entire body covered in blood. He was almost killed here. He was still fine fighting against one person, but now there was another who suddenly attacked him. Tion immediately suffered serious injuries. It's Green Emperor. Heavens, that person is actually Green Emperor. The 100 Tribulations Taoist and an ancient fiend's expressions immediately changed. They recognized the unmatched figure who descended from the heavens, the one who almost killed Tion with a single fist. 3 realms reincarnate. Engrave my life. Tion roared. His hair was disheveled, his entire body covered in blood. He erupted with endless divine light, recovering his injured body. Then, he slaughtered his way back, rushing towards Green Emperor, wishing to fight against him. Demonic God Fist. Right at this time, the great demonic god also arrived. He raised his fist and smashed out murderously, facing a young great emperor. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. This was the irregular scene produced from slaughtering endless creatures. At the same time, several special figures appeared in the starry skies. There were some who suspected that they might be the supreme beings of the younger generation. Fairy Xianxia came. It seems like she is going to enter as well. Everyone cried out in alarm. Everyone was shaken. Was a legendary age about to appear? The supreme beings contended for supremacy, every single one of them stunning, all of them powerful to the extreme, daring to compete against the great ancient emperors when they were young. The supreme beings have all appeared, the struggle for supremacy in this world. The divine bodies truly are heaven-defying, actually having this type of heavenly tribulation. This is like a legendary age. Will the legendary chaotic bodies and others appear one after another? Everyone trembled, muttering, feeling both anticipation and fear towards this great era. Chapter 1385. The supreme beings all appeared, fighting for supremacy in the mortal world. This was like the era of legends appearing again, making everyone feel both fearful and expectant. Tion released a long roar, his head of hair flying about. Even though his left shoulder was pierced through, he became even more valiant at this moment. He fought intensely and locked onto Qing Emperor. It was because it was precisely Qing Emperor's attack that almost killed him, causing him to be drenched in blood. Half of his body was dyed red. However, he cultivated a heavenly art. He chanted scriptures, and his injured body healed, becoming even more valiant. He shouted, 3 realms reincarnate, carve my name in life and death. Dong. An intense collision took place between Tion and the past great emperor's void image. It was resplendent and dazzling, making everyone tremble with fear. The sea of lightning was boundless, the great tribulation boundless. Together with the primal chaos exploding in the battle of the young supreme beings, this place was in ruins. The starry skies situation was extremely terrifying and terrible. Everyone was horrified. Tion and the great demonic god were peerless and powerful after all, actually able to fight against the ancient great emperor's Tao mark void image. They were worthy of their reputation as young supreme beings. Tion roared loudly, brandishing the 3 realms palm. His finger transformed into heaven and earth, covering everything within as it suppressed towards Qing Emperor. It was incredibly terrifying. Ever since he was born, no one had injured him like this. After walking on the starry sky ancient path, he was invincible, reigning supreme in the mortal world. Yet now, he was almost killed by someone. He erupted with power, even if the one who injured him was Qing Emperor. Tion didn't feel any fear. Instead, a wave of bloodlust was stirred within him, producing a powerful fighting spirit. He wanted to compete against the only Qing Emperor to verify the Tao after the ancient era. That large hand seemed to have covered the 3 realms, ruling over the 9 heavens and controlling the life and death of all creatures. Its divine might was matchless. Everyone's expressions changed. Tion's methods were too heaven-defying. Chaotic energy flowed in all directions from that palm, flowing with the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if the entire cosmos was covered. There was a type of world-splitting power. 3 realms reincarnate, carving his name in life and death. This was the declaration of the deities, an incomparable ancient method from the legendary era. This was like the creation of heaven and earth, destroying the sun, moon and stars, creating a brand new world, summoning the gods and devils back. Honglong. Everyone was absent-minded, as if they were witnessing the rise of a peerless supreme being. He actually dared to face Qing Emperor head-on. One had to know that in the last 100,000 years, he was the only supreme being among demons. Honglong. A hand covered the sky, swirling with a river of stars, vast and boundless, slapped down. Di Tian's bravery was unparalleled in this era. At this moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. He actually wanted to kill the Azure Supreme Thearcha's illusory body. Without a doubt, he had a certain advantage. This was because this phantom was based on Yi Fan's sage physique tribulation. These young great Thearchs were on the same level as Yi Fan and were behind him. The expressions of everyone froze. The ancient emperor was slightly weaker in terms of cultivation base. Could it be that he was going to be slaughtered today? Even if it was just an incarnation of Dao marks, it still made one's heart feel uneasy. One has to understand that that was the great emperor, a word that was enough. It represented invincibility in the heavens above and earth below. Even after death, no one could bully him. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the result. A beam of blazing light flashed by and revealed the mystery. The Azure Thearcha's might was unparalleled as he punched out. Di Tian's hand was stained with blood as he staggered backward. What? How could this be? Di Tian is the supreme being of the younger generation. He couldn't even win despite having an advantage in cultivation base. Who else on the human race's ancient road can compete with him? Some people who were partial to Di Tian were stunned. In the past, he was an unrivaled legend, but now, his legend was shaken. When facing the Azure the Arch, his blood dyed the starry sky and he almost fell into the sea of lightning. It's a divine restriction. The human Dao protector arrived and revealed a shocked expression. He explained the reason for Di Tian's blood. The ancient emperors couldn't be bullied. Even if they passed away in meditation, the Dao they left behind was supreme and unrivaled. No one could blaspheme them. At this time, Di Tian's cultivation base was slightly higher and he originally had an innate advantage. However, the Azure the Arch directly advanced to the divine restriction domain. With a punch, everything in the world could be destroyed. Too terrifying. The Azure the Arch was originally the most powerful great emperor. How could he allow others to suppress him? This is the eruption of his extreme Dao. The people whispered and revealed the root of the matter. Everyone on the human race's ancient road knew about the Azure Thearcha's brilliance. He was the number one in the universe for the past 100,000 years, and no one under the heavens could resist him. He shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, creating a period of history. In the most impossible period of time, he forcefully achieved the Dao and became a great emperor. Di Tian roared, unyielding and unyielding. The light in his eyes became even more resplendent. His warlike nature was awakened and he merged with the entire world. He bore the power of the great Dao and became one with heaven and man. He was the law, he was the Dao. With a raise of his hand, heaven and earth, mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars fell. He became even more terrifying as he fought against the Azure the Arch. However, something shocking happened. The Azure the Arch was unrivaled and stood tall in the divine restriction domain. After retreating, he would enter again and kill all enemies in the world. It was rumored that only true emperors could stay in the divine restriction domain for a long time. Otherwise, once they retreated, they couldn't immediately enter again. The Azure the Arch was a Dao mark imprint. Just now, after almost killing his opponent, he automatically retreated from the divine restriction domain and walked to the other side. However, when Di Tian attacked him again, the Azure the Arch once again entered the divine restriction domain. This made everyone horrified. He could enter at any time. It was too frightening. No one in the world can do this. There has never been such a person since ancient times, unless they become emperors. A human great sage muttered. He instantly understood what had happened. Di Tian had long since entered the Saint King realm. His current realm was higher than the 9 emperor shadows that appeared according to Yi Fan's standard. However, the ancient emperors couldn't be bullied. There seemed to be a will in the dark. The Azure the Arch seemed to have revived and activated it on his own. He increased his battle strength and made up for the difference in realm. Di Tian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest was once again pierced by the divine restriction, and he suffered a serious injury. Even a piece of his forehead was fractured, and the light of his primordial spirit poured out. Everyone's expressions changed. They were deeply shocked. Challenging the Azure the Arch is truly asking for trouble. He is the only person to prove his Tao after the Desolate Era, the number one in the universe in the last 100,000 years. Not just anyone can break his record. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sneered. As the demon race's great sage, he had always walked on the ancient road of the human race. This was because he was following the footsteps of the Demon Emperor and the Azure the Arch, searching for their great secret. Tian roared. Although he was covered in blood, he didn't retreat. He rushed forward and fought against the invincible Azure the Arch. If others could survive a single move from the Azure the Arch, they would be proud and would be recorded in the annals of history. But even if they were defeated, they would still feel a supreme glory. There was only one reason. This person was the Azure the Arch. This name was enough. However, Tian was unwilling. Even though the battle had reached this point, he still didn't agree. Even if his opponent was the one and only Azure the Arch, he still couldn't accept it. He had to win and compete in the world, becoming invincible. If it was a battle with the ancient Chaos Emperor when he was young, with Tian's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win. But to fight against the strongest Azure the Arch of the younger generation, it's really too difficult. An elder shook his head. On the other side, the great devil god's divine might was unrivaled. His aura engulfed the 8 desolate lands and he grew more and more valiant as he fought. Boundless blood chi seeped out, causing the starry space to look like a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Very coincidentally, there were 3 young emperors who turned their heads and glanced over at the same time. All of them raised their fists and each of them punched out in this direction. Pooh! That towering blood mist and countless corpses all crumbled apart. In the eyes of emperors, this wasn't an advantage at all. In the ancient era, what kind of sea of blood and mountain of corpses hadn't the final victor experienced before? At this moment, very coincidentally, the 3 young emperors attacked. The great devil god's blood splattered through the air. If it wasn't for him retreating at the crucial moment, he would truly be in danger. Even so, his body was almost torn apart. Bloody scars could be seen all over his body. He had suffered extremely heavy injuries. The great devil god roared. He didn't pay attention to the situation over at Tian's side. He couldn't control himself and also broke through the seal, displaying his strongest cultivation base, wanting to suppress the ancient emperors. In the end, an unfortunate thing happened. The 2 young emperors simultaneously broke through the divine restriction. 2 beams of dazzling divine light rushed over, and the great devil god was almost shattered. His breastbone flew out, blood rained down, and his hair scattered about. In the past, it had always been him who destroyed his enemies and reaped their lives. But today, he was the one dripping blood, almost dying here. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. The divine physique's heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying. It wasn't something a human could contend against. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to make it through. Even someone as stunning as Tian and as powerful as the great devil god were both injured. If they continued like this, they might just die. Don't fight with higher cultivation bases. Fight at the same level, or else the divine restriction will be unbreakable and might even suppress you by half a head in terms of cultivation base. At this time, the other Tao protector of the human race, the Green Phoenix Taoist, came over to remind them. The onlookers had a clear view of the situation. He realized that in a battle at the same level, these young emperors would have a fair fight. But if they were suppressed, the divine restriction would automatically adjust and suppress them by half a head. Under normal circumstances, whoever provoked heavenly tribulation would experience a great tribulation that corresponded to their cultivation realm. However, Tian and the great devil god had Tao diagrams similar to the heaven-deceiving formation patterns on their bodies, so they could avoid all of this. However, great emperors couldn't be humiliated. Their cultivation realms didn't change, and the divine restriction's appearance could also be considered a type of fine adjustment. As expected, after Tian and the great devil god fought at the same level, the situation changed. The divine restriction no longer appeared. However, their situation didn't improve at all. Instead, it became even more dangerous. This was because the battle had become increasingly intense. In the chaotic battle, 9 young great emperors took action, forming a storm of destruction. Who could withstand this? No matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible for them to fight against so many young great emperors at the same level. Not even a deity could do it. Tian and the great devil god suffered heavy injuries. Later on, their bodies were smashed to pieces multiple times. It was a tragic sight. This was simply a brutal slaughter. If they didn't grasp divine techniques, they would have died a long time ago. They weren't willing to retreat first. One reason was because they wanted to fight with the ancient great emperors when they were young, but the other reason was that they didn't want to fall behind others. Tian and the great devil god were competitors. After so many years, they hadn't been able to determine a victor. At this time, no one wanted to be the first to leave. Moreover, when they saw the main character, Yi Fan, they really couldn't hold themselves back. This person's body hadn't been smashed to pieces yet. Even though he suffered heavy injuries many times, he always narrowly avoided death. The two supreme beings were vexed, unable to remain calm. A moment of carelessness caused their bodies to be smashed to pieces again, and they reassembled with great difficulty. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan fought against the 9 emperors. He had abundant experience, and together with his own strength, he used the correct method to preserve his body. Of course, an important reason was that Tian and the great devil god were distracting the great emperors for him, blocking many fatal attacks. In the end, Yi Fan's true body was also smashed to pieces 3 times, but it was far fewer than Tian and the great devil god. This shook their Dao hearts, making their expressions ugly. Fortunately, they realized that this wasn't the first time Yi Fan faced this type of situation. Only then did they calm down and focus on the great battle. Brother Yi, sorry to offend you. I'm not targeting you. I also want to fight against the ancient emperors at the same level when they were young. At this time, Fairy Xianxia also joined the battle. The battle became even more intense. At the same time, another blurry figure entered the battlefield, also joining the battle group to participate in the supreme expert struggle. Everyone knew that this person was either a goddess or a human king. Almost all of the young supreme beings on the human ancient road had arrived. They all had the same thought, and that was to fight against the ancient emperors at the same level. This was a rare opportunity to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Including Yi Fan, there were a total of 5 figures in the Sea of Lightning. They fought crazily against the 9 young emperors, turning the starry rivers into smoke and the heavens into pieces. This battle shook the heavens and shook the earth. The saints were all terrified. The 5 young supreme beings fought against the 9 emperors and were killed many times. The disadvantage of 5 against 9 was obvious. And even if it was 9 against 9, they would still lose more than they won. In this battle, Yi Fan weaved through the emperor silhouettes, tempering himself. He led the 9 great emperors to attack the east and west, leading the rhythm of the battle. Passing self, Dao self, being secret character. All of these allowed him to stand at an innate advantage. In addition, because of the other 4, his flesh didn't shatter too many times. Tian, the great demonic god, and the others all had unsightly expressions. This tempering and fighting against the ancient emperors caused them to suffer unimaginable injuries. All of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Kill. During this process, Yi Fan attacked Tian, attacking the supreme beings who wanted to borrow his heavenly tribulation to temper themselves. The battle scene became even more terrifying. This was a chaotic battle, a bloody struggle. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the starry rivers lost their color. After an unknown amount of time, the figures of the 9 young emperors finally faded away one after another, slowly disappearing as if the curtains had come to an end. The great demonic god, Tian, Fairy Xianxia, and the others were covered in injuries. This type of bloody struggle left them with an indescribable feeling. There wasn't the slightest bit of joy. In the end, it was actually a battle of attrition, and they almost died here. Regardless, after experiencing a battle with the young emperors at the same level, they could still be proud. Even though their bodies were killed many times, relying on secret treasures, ancient techniques, and other things to recover with difficulty, it was still a type of world-shocking battle result. It's over, everyone said to themselves. They released a breath of relief, feeling as if a burden was lifted from their shoulders. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation erupted. 9 streaks of human-shaped lightning appeared again, 9 figures appearing one after another. They moved like dragons and tigers, their auras devouring 10,000 li, closing in on them. It was another 9 great emperors. Everyone was stupefied. Meanwhile, the great demonic god, Tion, and the others staggered, almost falling down. Why did another 9 appear? After the battle just now, another 9 emperors appeared, making these people shiver inwardly. Their injuries were unimaginable. If they continued fighting, they would most likely be in danger. At this time, they couldn't find confidence from fighting against the ancient great emperors, and instead brought great trouble upon themselves. Tenaciously survive, I share these words with everyone. Yi Fan laughed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. However, no matter how one looked at it, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. 9 figures arrived, taking action together, every single one of them shocking the world. 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist, Army Secret Character, 9 Great Een Characters, 1 Artifact to destroy all methods, Golden Divine Treasury. Every single one of these people knew a type of supreme secret technique. When used to the extreme, they could use it to fight against several supreme beings. What? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this the 9 divine bodies that Yi Fan turned into? They were engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth, recorded down. The others were also stupefied. Even the great sage was petrified. Tion in particular, was even more so pale, without the slightest trace of color. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1386. 1-2. 9 figures appeared, every one of them imposing and imposing. They surrounded Yi Fan, Tion, the great demonic god, and the others. The heavenly tribulation was endless, and the sea of lightning was boundless. Every streak of blazing lightning would illuminate the cosmos. There were some enormous arcs of electricity that could directly shatter stars one after another. The lightning tribulation continued. The divine body was engraved and recorded by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It turned into human-shaped lightning and became a type of heavenly tribulation. The starry sky was shaken, and everyone found it hard to understand what was happening. 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist. A golden figure appeared, hacking forward murderously. With a hong-long sound, it collided with the great demonic god. 6 ancient cosmos appeared in the sky, as if they were undergoing reincarnation. Golden Divine Treasury. Another golden figure faced Tion. On his back was a golden treasury. All types of golden Dao soldiers appeared, shooting out tens of thousands of Dao artifacts. They killed until the sky dome trembled. Honglong. The third figure used a single artifact to destroy all methods, splitting the heavens. The primal chaos sea of lightning exploded. A simple and unadorned great cauldron floated above his head. It rose and fell, as if it could suppress all life. This figure directly pressed towards fairy Xianxia. The great cauldron suppressed the world, shaking the heavens. Inside the cauldron, rivers of stars flickered and primal chaos was like a sea, about to devour the entire world. 9 figures appeared one after another, attacking these young supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed heaven-overflowing strength, their divine might unstoppable. Yi Fan himself was also shaken. When he became a saint, he also saw the humanoid divine body lightning. At that time it came to attack him one by one, yet now it was actually all at once. Chang. He operated the secret soldier character, attacking forward to fight against his other self. He never expected the other party to react so quickly, treating him like a weapon, wanting to control him and use the soldier character at the same time. The battle suddenly erupted, throwing the starry sky into chaos. Everyone's heart surged, all of them receiving a great impact. The Tao protectors on the human race's ancient path couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying, exceeding normal reasoning. It shouldn't have appeared in this world. Everyone sighed inwardly. Yi Fan was too heaven-defying, something rarely seen since ancient times. Kill! On the other side, a young supreme being erupted with power, her voice splitting the heavens. She released endless light, her entire being releasing the aura of the Lord of the human race, supreme and unmatched. This was a woman who was exceptionally stunning. Her fine black hair fluttered about, eyes like deep pools of autumn water. This person was powerful beyond compare, strand after strand of Tao mark fluctuations making even saints couldn't help but tremble, wishing to kneel down. Is it the most mysterious goddess? Everyone cried out in alarm. She was the last expert among the young supreme beings to arrive. At first, No one knew if she was a man or a woman. Only now did they know. "It's not a goddess, it's a human king," an expert exclaimed. "What? The human king is a woman?" Everyone was stupefied. They had always thought that the king of men was an exceptionally powerful man. Who would have thought that it was a woman? The human king seal, the sky-flipping seal, the great Tao seal, all of them struck out one after another. It was as if the ruler of the human race had appeared. Even though she was a woman, she was exceptionally powerful. Her blood energy was exuberant, and her magical projection was world-shocking. She towered in the sea of lightning, fighting a humanoid lightning figure. Even though that heroic and tall figure was extremely indistinct, everyone could tell that it was almost identical to Yi Fan. He was currently operating the battle character to resist the countless magical imprints. Honglong! The eternal universe furnace appeared, bright red like blood. It collided with the sky-flipping seal, releasing loud rumbling sounds. Then, a chong sound rang out. The Tai sovereign sword split apart heaven and earth, unmatched in this world as it hacked apart the great Tao seal. This was the battle saint technique, deriving all types of Tao in this world. Once the battle intent was released, all four seas would be subdued. Now that the great battle reached this point, Di Tian, the great demonic god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king were all long exhausted. The battle against the 9 emperors exhausted too much energy, and they were all heavily injured. At this time, when they encountered the humanoid lightning sacred body again, the battle was naturally extremely difficult. Moreover, there were 9 of them rushing over at once, all of them operating the world's most terrifying techniques, causing their bodies to split apart again. "Kill!" Di Tian let out a long roar. He couldn't bear it any longer. It was one thing to be tortured to death by the great ancient emperors, but now, his competitor was actually engraved by heaven and earth and turned into humanoid lightning. It was hard for him to accept this. At this time, he attacked with a higher cultivation level, wanting to destroy a lightning sacred body. He wanted to suppress the other party. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was as terrifying as the great ancient emperors. Honglong! Blazing multicolored light illuminated the heavens, making the great chaotic calamity seem like it was about to collapse. The humanoid lightning punched out, and radiance illuminated all directions. This was a divine forbidden domain. Di Tian was already heavily injured. His entire body was covered in blood after being beaten by the Azure Emperor, and his battle prowess was severely reduced. Now that he suffered such an attack again, he was sent flying on the spot. The bones in his chest were broken, and 2 of them flew out. Everyone's expressions changed. The humanoid lightning sacred body was actually standing tall in the divine forbidden domain. This was an extremely terrifying result, and it caused the entire starry sky to become deathly silent. What exactly was engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth? How could the divine forbidden domain be activated just like that? Without a doubt, this was a cruel reality, and it really happened at this moment. It caused everyone's emotions to rise and fall, and they immediately thought of many things. Was this the future sacred body that represented his future accomplishments? Was this just a display of his potential ahead of time? Fresh blood sprayed out. After Di Tian suffered serious injuries, his eyes were incomparably cold, and they were as resplendent as a pair of divine lamps. He chanted ancient scriptures and said, "Reincarnated in the 3 realms, I am the only sovereign. My name will be engraved in all lifetimes." This time it was different from before. In front of him and behind him, huge stone tablets appeared one after another. His name was engraved on them, and they were all deep and eye-catching. Everyone was shaken. What exactly was that? Everyone was stunned. This kind of technique was too strange. In front of Di Tian and behind him, huge divine tablets appeared one after another. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be tombstones. They emitted a boundless ancient aura, as if they had reincarnated through the ages, and their bodies were buried together. They appeared strange and terrifying. A terrifying aura was being released. Those were tombstones, and even the epitaphs on them could be seen. All of them emitted heaven-overflowing fluctuations. What kind of technique was this? Why had they never heard of it before? Everyone felt their blood run cold, and it was as if they were all petrified. Di Tian towered there. Strand after strand of blood flowed out from his body, dyeing every single tablet red. His name was engraved on them, and it was as if a heroic spirit that had reincarnated through the ages had returned. Between heaven and earth, his name was engraved densely. His divine might surged, and it was as if a vast ocean was beating against the shore, splitting apart the 9 heavens. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This type of ancient scripture actually became true. At this moment, it was as if it connected through time and space. Tion's world was connected together, and he released the most powerful attack. It was clear that if one wanted to use this technique, they would have to pay an extremely great price. Otherwise, why would his entire body be dripping with blood, and why would the tens of thousands of divine tablets be drenched in blood? This was like a sacrifice, using this to obtain the most powerful power. One of the human Tao protectors was horrified. He thought of some ancient secrets, and with a trembling voice said, "It shouldn't be a technique from the legendary era, right? It is a type of matchless heavenly art from the years when the supreme beings fought for supremacy. I seem to have seen some vague records in some ancient tombs. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This is like a curse, an unrivaled supreme being's inheritance. It's him, he actually has this type of technique. It is too shocking." It was rumored that Tion had read through many scriptures, and it seemed like he had even borrowed a portion of its supreme profound mysteries. The great sage arrived. There were some who recognized Tion's inheritance, and all of them were shocked. Their faces revealed extremely serious expressions. What 3 realms reincarnated? What 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 worlds? Everything is empty. In one's life, there is only the present. Where is there reincarnation? Where is there any past life? Death is all emptiness, everything will be destroyed. Yi Fan's true body said coldly, not agreeing with this at all. On the other side, a human-shaped lightning seemed to have sensed something. It moved like a dragon or tiger, directly slaughtering its way over, raising its fist to kill. There was a type of unrivaled aura, as if it was the only sovereign in the present. This was in line with Yi Fan's Tao, believing in the present, not believing in the past or future. As long as one was unrivaled in this world, nothing could stop them, and everything could be changed. With a hong-long sound, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Even the heavenly tribulation was shattered. This human-shaped lightning triggered a divine restriction. In this cultivation realm, it could be said to be world-shaking, powerful to the extreme. The divine restriction penetrated everything, peerless and peerless. Tion's strange method was too extraordinary, and now, he still couldn't use it proficiently. It was forcefully interrupted, unable to display all of its power. His entire body flew out, his chest exploding. His white bones were dense, and the broken bones fell into the cosmos. He was unwilling to accept this. His strength hadn't been displayed, and the battle with Emperor Qing before had almost exhausted all of his essence energy. Now, he could be said to be an arrow at the end of its flight, and as such, it was difficult for him to resist. Tion was sent flying, blood dyeing the skies. Everyone didn't care about these secrets. They only saw Tion being sent flying. All of them were like clay sculptures, their minds trembling. His stubbornness is too deep. He fought a decisive battle against Emperor Qing, disregarding the consequences and exhausting all of his essence energy. That is why he no longer has the strength to fight, said a Tao protector. Honglong. Suddenly, among the 9 great human-shaped lightning, several people erupted with divine restrictions to fight against their opponents. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the skies red. Even a peerless beauty like Fairy Xianxia and a powerful and sharp woman like the human king, whose beauty could shock the entire starry region, had their bodies cracked at this moment, suffering a destructive blow. The great demonic god was even more miserable. He brandished his demonic god fists, but in the end, both of his fists were smashed into mush, and in the end, even his arms were blasted apart. Who could stop a few divine physiques that towered in the divine restriction domain? They all rushed forward. Even the young supreme beings from the human race's ancient path couldn't stop them. A single divine restriction was enough to make the world tremble. With so many of them appearing together, even the expressions of the great sage changed. Under such circumstances, it was useless no matter who came. Being able to survive was already a result to be proud of. Wanting to kill all the divine physiques in the divine restriction state was no different from a lunatic's ravings. The great supreme beings trembled in their hearts, and a subtle sense of defeat grew within them. They originally wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors at the same level when they were young, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to reap great benefits. Instead, they suffered a blow that was neither light nor heavy, causing everyone's expression to turn gloomy. Meanwhile, the crowd was even more dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. When had they ever seen several young supreme beings come out together to contend for supremacy? It was extremely shocking and heaven-defying. The strength of these young supreme beings was sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, how could they have survived a battle against 9 young great emperors when they were outnumbered? This was enough to explain the problem. And this time, the reason why they suffered even more serious injuries from the humanoid lightning of the divine physiques was because they had already exhausted too much of their battle prowess. Secondly, they were unwilling to accept defeat. When they saw Yi Fan's imprint being imprinted by the great Tao, they wanted to immediately suppress him. Therefore, they used the most profound realm to attack. They didn't expect to provoke a group of divine physiques that had all advanced to the divine restriction domain. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was also heavy. Not only did Di Tian and the others suffer heavy injuries when facing the 9 great sages' bodies, even he himself wasn't in a good state. Yi Fan had never felt such great enmity towards him before. He continuously fought back and fought in a desperate manner. Even my real body hasn't entered the divine restriction state yet. If I'm killed by these virtual bodies with the power of the divine restriction state, it would truly be a joke, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Battle Saint Technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Golden Divine Treasure. Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained as he fought with himself. His body was shattered, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. The only fortunate thing was that the virtual bodies didn't have divine restrictions. Evidently, like the great ancient emperors, they could adjust according to the opponent's realm. The myriad chi cauldron rose and fell, clashing with Yi Fan in the sea of lightning. He was blown up several times by his own virtual bodies. He was very strong, but the enemy was himself. The stronger he was, the stronger the enemy was. There were a total of 9 divine physiques, a total of 9 of him. Killing him at the same time was an unsolvable problem that foretold a tragic ending. At this moment, Di Tian, the great devil god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king all retreated. This time, they wanted to use the great ancient emperors to temper themselves, but they only left behind injuries and nothing else. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the battlefield. Everyone knew that this was the heavens making things difficult for the divine physiques. Others couldn't stop them, so they let the 9 of them block them and kill them, causing them to fail the tribulation. It could be said that this was indeed unsolvable, and there was no way to break through it. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Yi Fan actually managed to survive in the end. The lost self and Tao self alternated to buy time for him. Yi Fan faced 9 of himself and finally managed to survive. This is impossible. How can one person survive under the attack of 9 of himself? Is this heaven-defying? The strongest man in history. One person beat 9 of himself. If this isn't this a miracle, what is it? Or should I say, is this cheating? Otherwise, how could he have survived? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe everything. When Di Tian, the great devil god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king saw Yi Fan being blown up by the 9 of himself, golden blood splashing into the sea of lightning, they felt much more at ease. Afterwards, they saw him being killed again and again, and from start to finish, he didn't activate any divine restrictions. This made them feel even more at ease, and they even felt a sense of comfort. After all, it was precisely that person's lightning virtual body that had injured them. Now, they were being oppressed by his own virtual body, so they were naturally happy to see this. However, the final result was a little hard for them to accept. Yi Fan survived. Even though he was covered in blood, and even the cauldron above his head was almost shattered, his tenacity and unyielding strength deeply shocked everyone. Yi Fan supported the broken myriad chi cauldron and walked out of the sea of lightning step by step. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and golden blood dripped down. He was riddled with wounds, making him look heavy and austere. He seemed to be in a difficult situation, but his eyes were very fierce. They were as sharp as heavenly swords, cutting through the void of the universe. They possessed a kind of powerful essence, energy, and spirit that made people tremble. This was like a celestial sword that had been tempered 1,000 times and appeared from the purgatory like furnace. It had already taken shape, and with just a little polishing, it would blossom with world-shaking brilliance. Chapter 1387. Yi Fan walked out from the mist of primal chaos. His entire body was covered in wounds, and golden blood had even stuck to his hair, turning it into a lock that stuck to his cheeks. His entire body was covered in wounds, but his spirit was even more powerful. One could see a resplendent beam of light shooting out from his forehead like a burning torch. This was a terrifying phenomenon. This was the manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. It had already become deified, condensed beyond compare, becoming a powerful substance that possessed extraordinary and terrifying battle prowess. Shwa! Divine multicolored light flickered, and a fist-sized little golden person stepped out from between Yi Fan's brows. The condensed beam of light immediately wrapped around his body, making the little golden person much stronger. This was Yi Fan's primordial spirit. It was one with his body, making his blood energy exuberant. This was the foundation of his great strength, and the two were in perfect harmony. On their exterior, golden divine flames burned fiercely. Yi Fan was like an unsheathed immortal sword that had been sharpened 100 times, dazzling and resplendent. On his head, cracks appeared on the all-life energy cauldron. It was almost destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. One could see how terrifying the human-shaped lightning was. That was one young great emperor after another, and they almost shattered the cauldron made from the world's rarest immortal material, the all-life energy cauldron. He actually succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation. Everyone didn't know what to say. This kind of heaven-defying lightning punishment had long foretold the ending. This was almost inexplicable, and it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Yi Fan walked out alive. All the great sage had arrived. There were the Tao protectors of the human race, the Yin deities in the great emperor's tomb, the stone man holy spirit, the demon race's great sage, as well as the other race's ancient evil gods. Even these people were shocked. This kind of heavenly tribulation, this kind of scene, this kind of surpassing battle prowess at this age. It made them all silent, and they admitted that they were far inferior when they were young. In reality, since ancient times, how many people could compare? This kind of heavenly tribulation might be one of a kind, and they had never seen it before. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone was paying close attention. It was absolutely silent. When faced with such a powerful divine body, great waves rose and fell within their hearts. It was as if a vast ocean was surging. Among the great sage, Qi Tian's face alternated between green and white. He felt the most uncomfortable. Yi Fan's heaven-defying performance was obvious to all, and it was like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He truly regretted it. How could he provoke this type of person? In the future, he would definitely become a great person. He would be like an unsurpassable monument that would suppress the world. First, the 9 emperors appeared. Then, there were the 9 Tao sacred physiques. Qi Tian thought that Yi Fan would definitely fall. He was filled with hope, but in the end, he fell into deep despair. The sacred physique from the burial emperor star created a miracle. Qi Tian sighed lightly. There was going to be trouble in the future. Based on Yi Fan's cultivation speed, he might surpass him in a few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, he wouldn't stop there. His realm might even be comparable to the ancient supreme beings. Now that he saw Yi Fan come out alive, one could well imagine how terrible Qi Tian's mood was. There was a hidden worry in his heart, and his eyes flickered with cold light. On the other side, the great demonic god, Di Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the human king, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? However, they all tasted bitterness from the divine body's heavenly tribulation. They were extremely unwilling. They were extremely powerful and firmly believed in their own strength. They all had a type of, I am the supreme mentality. Otherwise, how could they have walked so far on the emperor's path? However, today, they felt a sense of defeat. Their bodies and minds were injured, and they almost died under the hands of the ancient great emperors. Moreover, they were almost destroyed by the lightning sacred physique. This was like a thorn that pierced into their hearts. It was truly unbearable. At this moment, they only had one thought, and that was to break into the divine forbidden domain. Only then could they truly be unrivaled under the heavens. It's over. Di Tian and the others spoke softly. They weren't willing to face all of this. Today, they didn't obtain any confidence. On the contrary, their lives seemed a bit gloomy. Hong! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. In the instant his voice faded, the boundless heavenly tribulation appeared once more. It was even more ferocious than before and enveloped Yi Fan. It was grand and real, causing the hearts of the great sage to pound intensely. The divine body's heavenly tribulation still hadn't ended and was still continuing. Everyone was at a loss for words and felt their mouths go dry. What was the heavens trying to do? This was truly making things difficult for them. Any one of the tribulations that Yi Fan faced was enough to kill a genius. Now, they appeared one after another, strange and mysterious. This was a type of great terror. Di Tian's expression froze. Just as he finished speaking, the divine body's heavenly tribulation began once more. This was too astonishing and exceeded his expectations. He wasn't the only one. The great demonic god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king were all stunned. Their expressions were strange. This was too inconceivable and difficult for them to accept. Everyone, do you still want to continue? I invite you all. Yi Fan spoke. Although he was deep within the boundless lightning, he was still very calm, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The great demonic god, Di Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the human king all had unsightly expressions. 80% of their combat strength had been used up in the battle against the ancient emperors. How could they continue? These people were too conflicted at the start. For example, Di Tian insisted on fighting to the death against the Azure Emperor, and in the end, he himself almost died. The others were more or less the same. They had all exhausted their essence energy just like that. Everyone, do you really not want to come and take a look? The true tribulation, the true secret, has only just begun. Yi Fan patiently guided them, a kind expression on his face. Di Tian, the great demonic god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king all had gloomy expressions. No one said anything. 9 emperors, 9 saint physiques, one after another. Only heaven knew what else would appear next. They didn't have the combat strength to continue. Hong Long. Boundless primal chaos lightning struck down. Yi Fan ascended into the sky, faintly discernible. Amidst the primal chaos mist and lightning, people could vaguely see one grand building after another. What? Impossible. Even the great sage and the ancient evil god couldn't remain calm. This kind of building was too shocking. I once saw it on a broken wall left behind from the archaic era. That is the layout of the ultimate ancient heaven that not even the venerable emperors had truly constructed. The Green Phoenix Taoist exclaimed. His seniority was the highest, and he had lived the longest. His status on the human race's ancient road was revered, and his words naturally caused a huge commotion. The saints were all in an uproar, and all of them wanted nothing more than to ascend into the sky to take a closer look. However, no one dared to move. The heavenly tribulation not long ago was obvious to all. If they went up, they would undoubtedly die. Even the supreme beings of the younger generation on the human race's ancient road couldn't withstand it, and their blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan ascended into the sky. The cracked cauldron above his head bobbed up and down, becoming one with him. His figure seemed unreachable, as if he was suppressing all heroes under the heavens. He stepped onto the immortal path alone. The great demonic god, Di Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the human king Zhan all wanted to go in and take a look. After hearing the Green Phoenix Taoist's words, they also found it hard to remain calm. Unfortunately, not a single one of them could enter. Only Yi Fan ascended the heavenly path alone, stepping into the final tribulation. This kind of scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others were silent. This was enough to explain some problems. This was a vast sea of lightning. The primal chaos was shattered, and one grand palace after another towered high up in the 9 heavens. It was terrifying to the extreme. When Yi Fan arrived here, he was greatly astonished. It was different from the past. All the grand palaces stood side by side, and it was hard to say who was in charge. And when he stepped into one of them, a fierce and tyrannical aura rushed over. On the throne, a figure sat there. His majestic appearance was intimidating, shocking the past and present. His eyes were like 2 balls of fire, exceptionally sharp. This was actually a divine ape. His true appearance couldn't be seen, but his physique, as well as the golden hair on his body, all of these clearly indicated his identity. Emperor of Fighting. Yi Fan grinned. He was truly shocked in his heart, but there was also a trace of favorable impression. Meeting the father of the monkey gave him an indescribable feeling. This was none other than the sacred emperor whose might shook the final phase of the supreme ancient immortal realms. He fought against the deity DK and won in the end. His name shook the myriad of races, and from this, one could see that his combat prowess was definitely heaven-defying. It was rumored that the Emperor of Fighting wanted to transform into a war immortal, acting against the heavens. As a result, it caused the supreme ancient immortal realms to rapidly decline, accelerating the great changes of the world. It could be said that he was truly a world-shaking emperor. At the top of the palace, the Emperor of Fighting was incomparably dignified. His true body seemed to be seated in the supreme ancient immortal realms, and his eyes seemed to be able to peer through the endless ages, transcending time and space to see everything that happened today. Yi Fan was truly indescribably astonished. The Emperor of Fighting was overseeing the Great Hall, and this greatly exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect the father of the monkey to have come to this star domain before. Hong! At the next moment, Yi Fan grimaced in pain, tasting the bitter fruit. The respect and favorable impression he had towards the monkey's father were immediately tossed aside. The sacred emperor had taken action against him. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. He was exceptionally powerful, ferocious and tyrannical to the extreme, simply about to smash down the 9 heavens. Yi Fan fought a bitter battle. He didn't know how long it took for him to fight his way out of this palace. His entire body was covered in golden blood, and even the cauldron on his head had a hole imprinted by the sacred emperor's immortal iron rod. He cursed in his heart, but when he thought of the monkey, he swallowed the rest of his words. There are so many other great halls. Don't tell me there's an ancient great emperor overseeing them all? Yi Fan had some doubts in his heart. He entered another hall, and the moment he entered, his entire body felt like it was about to split apart. At the top of the great hall, there was a figure with an imposing divine bearing, exuding a sense of loneliness. His back was facing Yi Fan, but he still displayed an invincible attitude. But when Yi Fan approached, that figure directly faded away, vanishing without a trace as if he had never appeared. And in the place where he was, a large bell appeared, suppressing the ancient heavens, acting in place of that person just now. The sound of the bell rang out, causing the entire universe to tremble, almost causing Yi Fan's body to explode. This was the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He naturally recognized it because he had personally entered the Purple Mountain and seen this bell before. In that case, the person who had his back facing him just now was Great Emperor Wuxia. Why did he disappear? Yi Fan's heart was filled with doubts, and he couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. However, there was no time for him to be in a daze. The Wuxia bell suppressed over. Dong! When this bell rang out, the universe's starry river trembled. Even the heroes outside the Sea of Lightning heard it, and all of them retreated in pain. And the expressions of the great sage also changed. One of them seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "Could it be the bell waves recorded in the ancient records?" More than 100,000 years ago, this kind of bell shattered a large part of the ancient starry sky path, shaking the myriad heavens and realms. Yi Fan killed his way out of the great hall, and found that there was another hole in the cauldron, which looked like the shape of the Wuxia bell, imprinted on it. How strange, ancient heaven is different from before. Why is there an ancient great emperor overseeing it? He clearly felt that something was wrong, and it was different from the past heavenly tribulations. Yi Fan looked forward. The majestic palaces and ancient buildings stood tall, and it was a majestic scene. Then, he opened his heaven eye and chose a strange majestic heavenly palace that was obviously different from the others. Then he walked toward it. Who will I encounter this time? They won't all use weapons to make a mark on my cauldron, will they? Yi Fan mumbled to himself, dragging his injured body, golden blood dripping along the way, into this grand palace. Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Fan's hair stood on end, and all the bones in his body made crackling sounds. His body suddenly emitted boundless light, and his body instinctively awakened, automatically adjusting to the strongest state. The secret character of One operated, baptizing his body, and instantly healing his injured body, allowing him to possess peak fighting strength. At the top of the main hall, there was an imposing figure in white clothes. Even though he was calm and without any fluctuations, he was still frightening, giving others an extremely strange feeling of shock. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. This humanoid lightning was different from the others, and it didn't seem to be the virtual body of a great emperor. There was a wisp of life fluctuations, as if he was still alive. How was this possible? He felt a headache. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation during a tribulation. This great emperor was dressed in snow-white robes, and his face was like jade. His body seemed to exist in the past, present, and future, 3 different spacetimes, passing through the past, present, and future. This was Shui Yueqing, the demon king who had shaken the ancient times. Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. He was sure that this person had essence, blood, and powerful life fluctuations. How was this possible? Could it be that the demon king Shui Yueqing had lived until now? Yi Fan found it hard to believe. The demon king had stepped on the path of immortality back then. Could it be that the final outcome wasn't a true fall, but that he had obtained a Tao fruit unknown to others, which was why he was still alive today? Boom! When Yi Fan entered the demon king's hall through the sea of thunder and saw Shui Yueqing, in the depths of the starry sky, the vast mausoleum with the surging yellow springs emitted a loud sound that shook the universe. In the endless sea of thunder, there were many grand buildings, and the most special one was this heavenly palace. There was a mysterious aura of a great emperor pervading the air. Demon King! Yi Fan shouted. Shui Yueqing suddenly turned around. His pair of eyes were incomparably deep, revealing the vicissitudes of time. It was as if he had stood here for millions and millions of years. Yi Fan was even more certain, and the feeling became more and more real. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart, and he almost couldn't stand still here. The man in white clothes that surpassed the gods was not a simple human-shaped lightning. It was clear that there was essence blood flowing within him, and he was matchless and incomparably powerful. Within Yi Fan's body, the 2 immortal rulers were violently struggling, wanting to fly away. They were filled with impatience and impatience. At this moment, outside the heavenly tribulation, everyone else heard Yi Fan's voice. It reverberated through the thunder, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The Demon King had walked on the path of immortality and represented supreme invincibility. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already old and his blood dried up, immortals might have appeared in this world. The Demon King of a generation had shaken the past, present, and future. He had almost created a true legend, and he was only one step away from entering the immortal domain. Right now, why did Yi Fan call out his name? What did he discover? Meanwhile, right now, the great sage were all trembling. They sensed the Emperor's aura, and all of them couldn't help but want to kneel down. Chapter 1388. Yi Fan was shaken. He had never imagined that he would be able to face the Demon Emperor at such a close distance. It was truly unbelievable to be in the same palace as the Demon Emperor. The male in the Great Hall had thick black hair that draped over his chest and back. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, untainted by a speck of dust. His expression was peaceful and calm, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Yi Fan's body felt like it was about to split apart. His golden blood rumbled and surged violently, about to ignite. Even his bones were about to explode. The 2 pieces of the immortal ruler in his sea of reincarnation released green multicolored light, turning into 2 blazing sun-like spheres of light that flew out. They were filled with hope and impatience, incomparably pressing. Yi Fan's body trembled and he involuntarily retreated. The blood energy of the male in front of him was too exuberant. There was a powerful fluctuation of life that made it difficult for him to approach. It was as if he was facing a resplendent furnace of the immortal domain. Qing Shui was transcendent and was about to ascend to immortality. There was a type of spirituality that didn't belong to this world. It was as if he was an immortal that descended from the heavens. The 2 pieces of the ruler were sparkling and resplendent. The green gold flickered with a rain of ascension light. They were like lost children that saw their closest loved ones, revolving around him. This was the ruler that belonged to the Demon Emperor. Even though it was shattered and the deity within died on the path to immortality, it still had an instinctive love for the Demon Emperor. In the past, how many geniuses were buried in the dust? The white-robed male stretched out a hand and gently caressed the 2 pieces of the ruler. His transcendent aura contained a type of tyrannical aura. His deep eyes contained a type of sharpness as if he was looking down on the universe, overlooking all living things. This was the aura of the Demon Emperor, a might that could strike the 9 heavens and suppress the netherworld. Even though he appeared calm and unhurried, he couldn't be blasphemed against. Everyone had to revere him. He didn't put away the immortal ruler but instead allowed them to be like mischievous children. They flickered and danced in front of him as he quietly stood there. Yi Fan's eyes were in pain and tears of blood flowed out. It wasn't for any other reason but because he saw the fundamental reason for the birth of the demon emperor's vitality. So that's how it is. The ancient emperors passed away one after the other and couldn't live until now. After understanding the reason, he felt a sense of relief but also a sense of loss. No matter how stunning one was, they couldn't truly live forever. It was a few drops of blood that twined around the lightning demon emperor's body, emitting an immortal might. It was as if it was the reincarnated emperor that had appeared in the Sea of Chaos. The true emperor bloodline. Yi Fan's eyes were in pain. Those drops of blood turned into a thin strand of smoke, releasing bloody radiance. They were like immortal needles that could pierce through one's eyes, making it difficult to look straight at them. Yi Fan to Fan's eyes. Even. Yi Fan felt his eyes. Felt. Had to the blood to the emperor's existence. To the blood fan to the demon. Although Yi Fan understood the reason for the demon emperor's life force, he had even more questions in his heart. It was clearly a heavenly tribulation, so how could it attract these drops of blood? Furthermore, it was fused with the demon emperor's mark. It was unbelievable. The only special thing is that the demon emperor's tomb is very close to it. Could it be that the emperor's bloodline was drawn here? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When he thought of this possibility, his scalp went numb. It was fine to draw a few drops of blood, but if the real emperor's corpse was summoned, then it was unimaginable. Not to mention him, even if all the cultivators in the universe came, it wouldn't be enough to kill them all. The combination of the imprint and the corpse was like the reincarnation of a real emperor. It wouldn't be limited to the Saint King realm. It would trample on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Boom! In the distance, the tomb of the ancient emperors trembled. The majestic yellow spring was boiling, and a strange aura filled the air. A few Een gods roared, and many Een spirits and ghosts trembled in fear. How could the demon emperor's tomb change when the saint physique is going through the tribulation? What's going on? The great saints were bewildered, their souls trembling. That wave of emperor energy affected them, making every single one of their faces turn pale, their hearts full of fear. In the hall, Yi Fan was in great trouble. The demon emperor had taken action. With unparalleled divine might, he punched a hole in the cracked cauldron with a flick of his finger. Even though the demon emperor was a saint king in the heavenly tribulation, the few drops of emperor blood were definitely more terrifying than the great sage. They were evenly distributed on his body, giving him the majesty of a former ruler of the universe. He couldn't fight this opponent. Yi Fan rushed out of the hall. Otherwise, he might really fail the tribulation and die here. To be killed by a demon emperor with a drop of blood on him, he felt wronged. Boom! However, how powerful was the demon emperor? It was a white-robed man who surpassed the gods. With a step, the world changed, and he blocked the entrance of the hall, cutting off the way out. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. In a battle between saint kings, he could hold his own, but those drops of emperor blood were too terrifying, able to penetrate any defense. He couldn't stop them. At this moment, he couldn't worry about anything else. He took out the green copper cauldron. Even if it drew the heavenly tribulation, it didn't matter. When the green copper cauldron appeared, it seemed to sense danger. It immediately scattered the surrounding primal chaos lightning, facing the white-robed demon emperor in front of it, confronting it. It released brilliant green multicolored light, tens of thousands of strands of auspicious light, brilliant and dazzling, but it didn't draw the heavenly tribulation. It was still simple and imposing, confronting the emperor blood, rising and falling. With a chi sound, scarlet light rushed into the heavens. All of the emperor blood merged together, becoming like a resplendent scarlet multicolored gemstone, releasing unmatched demonic might. This was the demon emperor's essence blood, containing his great Tao, possessing the characteristics of the great emperor's body, as well as fragments of the inheritance stored in his bloodline. Once it was activated, it would be difficult to guess what would happen. Without a doubt, the emperor blood had awakened. Right now, there was a powerful life fluctuation, as if it was going to be reborn, construct a perfect emperor corpse. Yi Fan reached out with his divine will, capturing a few damaged scenes. He was greatly shaken. Those were some of the demon emperor's experiences when he was alive, stored within the blood. Hung Long. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, shaking the starry skies. The great sage in the distance were all sent flying by a wave of fluctuations, their expressions all changing. In the depths of the starry skies, demonic energy rushed into the heavens. A tall and sturdy male that was a bit taller than an ordinary person appeared, walking out from the boundless sea of lightning. He was dyed in blood, his bronze skin flickering with precious splendor. His hair was exceptionally thick, his eyes as sharp as blades. Pang Bo successfully crossed the tribulation, becoming a powerful saint king. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were attracted by Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation, they didn't forget that there was another person undergoing tribulation, because it was similarly terrifying. This person was submerged within the sea of lightning. However, in the end, he wasn't as attractive as the 9 emperors, which was why the crowd didn't pay him the same attention. However, they definitely wouldn't underestimate him. Even Tian, the great demonic god, the human king, and the others all viewed this person as an extremely terrifying potential competitor. I've finally succeeded in crossing the tribulation. From now on, this Pang can also rule over a region. Pang Bo muttered to himself. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than an ordinary person, and the muscles on his bronze skin were like coiling dragons. You guys have all fought against the ancient great emperors. How did it feel? Pang Bo asked Tian, the great demonic god, and the human king. These people's expressions were naturally unsightly. Today, they tasted an indescribable bitterness from the Saint Physique's heavenly tribulation. Sigh, you guys have all fought against the great emperor when he was young. How regretful. This Pang also wants to give it a try. Yi, are there any other great emperors left to fight? Let me in, I'll also find someone to try, Pang Bo said in a carefree manner. When the various saints heard this, they all felt dizzy. This person was too insensitive, starting a battle against a young great emperor and dying at every turn. Didn't he see the great demonic god, the human king, and Tian? They almost died here. Pang Bo, come up. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Everyone was startled. What exactly was there in the heavenly tribulation at the very top? The Saint Physique actually called out to an old friend. Could it be that there was a great opportunity? Many people were tempted, but no one dared to take a step forward. Who could withstand such a tribulation? If another 9 great emperors appeared, Tian, the human king, and the others would all be turned to ashes. All right. Pang Bo soared into the air and entered the sea of lightning. Yi Fan immediately activated Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving formation, isolating him and preventing him from crossing the tribulation again. He then guided him into the Demon Imperial Palace. Who is this? Pang Bo was shocked. He looked at the figure, and then stared at the ball of imperial blood that was confronting the green copper block. Normally, imperial blood couldn't do anything to the green copper block, but now that the demon emperor's blood had been revived, it was different from usual. There were fragments of the great Tao circulating around it, causing the green copper block to emit immortal light. Yi Fan had already finished his battle with the demon emperor and retreated out of the door, leaving the green copper block to confront the imperial blood. At this moment, his expression was solemn as he said to Pang Bo, "This is the demon emperor. There might be celestial scriptures in that imperial blood. You should comprehend it here, and you might have great gains." After that, he reminded Pang Bo to think of a way to retrieve the 2 pieces of celestial ruler. These weapons were originally obtained for him and for Pang Bo, and they couldn't be lost here. Demon Emperor, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Pang Bo's eyes burst with divine light. There was an indescribable excitement and excitement. He chanted the Demon Emperor Heart Sutra and walked forward to communicate. Yi Fan turned around and left with the chi of all things cauldron that was even more damaged. There was an additional celestial ruler-shaped hole on it. If this goes on, my cauldron will shatter again. He saw a few people who were attacking his cauldron. Sooner or later, it would shatter. When Yi Fan entered the next hall, a strange sound rang out, causing his blood to churn. He suddenly raised his head and looked forward. There was an old monk who was knocking on a wooden fish. There was a terrifying rhythm that caused one's heart to resonate and beat, as though it would explode at any time. Amitabha Buddha! Yi Fan was astonished. Even though that figure was as blurry as the other great emperors, he could guess that this person was definitely the founder of Buddhism. In this world, there was only one old monk who achieved Tao, and he was the great Amitabha Buddha. The old monk's appearance was solemn and had a kind of benevolence. As he knocked on the wooden fish, the sound entered one's heart, causing one's soul to pulsate and resonate with it. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying thing. Just knocking on the wooden fish was enough to control one's life and death. The old monk's strength was shocking. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. After that, he raised his fist and attacked. He had to break this rhythm, or else he would definitely be led away by this old monk. Rumble! The great Amitabha Buddha stood up and threw away the wooden fish. He wielded the violet gold demon-subduing pestle and attacked. There was no longer the benevolence of Buddhism. At this moment, his divine might was matchless and he was like the most terrifying battle saint. Are you still a monk or not? Yi Fan cursed silently. He used the cauldron to resist and fought an intense battle with this mysterious great emperor who blazed a different path on the path of immortality. In the end, Yi Fan's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He rushed out of the great Thunderclap monastery while cursing repeatedly. That was because the myriad chi cauldron was about to shatter into pieces. There was another hole on it that resembled a demon-subduing pestle. At this time, Yi Fan sharply discovered a fact. The great emperors he saw in the ancient heavenly imperial court had an important similarity that made his heart beat violently. If he calculated according to this, he would definitely see Di Zun, the undying heavenly emperor, and vicious. Chapter 1389. The Emperor of Fighting was ferocious and tyrannical, his divine might matchless. He wanted to become a war immortal, but in the end, he failed. He passed away in meditation in the North region, speeding up the great changes of the world, making the archaic era decline, ending its glory, and thus declining. Great Emperor Wuxia shocked the ancients and dazzling contemporaries. He wanted to fight his way into immortal domain with his true body, looking down on endless generations. 80,000 years ago, he released world-shaking fluctuations in the Purple Mountains, shocking the supreme beings of the great life-restricted regions. The Demon Emperor was someone who shocked both past and present, truly stepping onto the path of immortality. He was a man who surpassed deities, unmatched under the heavens, a living legend. Unfortunately at that time, he entered his later years, his blood declining and body withering, falling on the path. Amitabha Buddha, he had never killed a single person in his life, yet he won on the emperor path forged from blood and bones, establishing the Tao and becoming a Buddha. It could be said that he was the best of the past and present. His teachings had spread far and wide, and he had left his footprints in some ancient star areas. He had gathered endless power of faith. Some of his followers believed that he was still alive, while others believed that he could reincarnate at any time. He could be described as unfathomable. Looking at these people, they all walked quite far on the path of immortality, each with their own extraordinary accomplishments, shocking past and present. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Fan expected. The next person he met the above conditions, the great inhuman emperor. The human emperor swept through all regions, conquering the heavens, overlooking the boundless cosmos, a sovereign overlooking the world, possessing a type of supreme dignity. After countless years, a divine will was born. It was only because something unexpected happened on the path of immortality that the will didn't scatter. This great emperor had walked quite far on the path of immortality. His appearance now further proved that Yi Fan's suspicions might be true. In the Grand Human Emperor Palace, the 9 ancient characters of the great immortal scripture turned into resplendent stars, appearing behind and in front of Yi Fan. The scriptures collided, clashing intensely. Even though Yi Fan felt great respect for the human emperor, he still couldn't avoid an intense battle. His entire body was covered in injuries, golden blood splashing everywhere, and he rushed out of this ancient palace with great difficulty. Yi Fan wiped away the bloodstains and sighed in his heart. The Ren Huang was truly too powerful. In this battle, he had suffered extremely serious injuries, and the cauldron was on the verge of shattering. He silently pondered as he stared at another hole on the cauldron. He seemed to be deep in thought as he used the swordsman's secret art to heal himself. His entire body emitted a golden light as he recovered to his peak state. Break and reforge. Without destruction there can be no construction. Nirvana is stronger. Yi Fan looked at his own cauldron. The source chi of all things poured down like a waterfall. Many cracks appeared on the cauldron. There were a total of 5 holes in the front and back of the cauldron. It looked like it was about to break. At first, he was still worried, but now, he completely let go. When he was transcending the tribulation, He fought against 9 young great emperors. Now, wasn't his cauldron the same? After being bombarded by the young great emperor, he clashed with the imperial weapons one after another. Forged the strongest cauldron. This was his only weapon, and he was walking the path of a single weapon that could break all techniques. Next, Yi Fan didn't retreat. He looked for those majestic celestial palaces to open and clashed with the masters inside, starting the most intense bloody battle. He met Qing deity and fought with the strongest man, the only one after the primordial era who claimed to be able to rebuild the ancient heaven and reconstruct the rules and order of heaven and earth. Golden blood rained down, and it was incomparably beautiful. Yi Fan suffered greatly under the 9 slashes of the demon monarch. His head was almost cut off, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Moreover, Qing deity's divine wound slash almost extinguished the primordial spirit's fire. It split open his head and caused extremely serious injuries. Qing deity was strong, especially when he was young. He was a legend who killed gods and Buddhas in his way. He never retreated even half a step. Yi Fan fought with him and suffered serious injuries. In the end he also exploded. He swung his golden fists and displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Behind him was a golden divine treasure that could kill all techniques. The cauldron on top of his head shook violently and covered the sky. This was a bloody and intense battle. In the end, Yi Fan killed his way out of the palace, leaving 2 golden trails of blood behind him. He staggered and almost fell. Of course, Yi Fan also made Qing deity pay in blood. This time, the 6th hole also appeared in his cauldron. It was pierced by Qing deity's weapon, and it looked like a chaotic green lotus. Yi Fan didn't retreat. This was a kind of training. Since the heavenly tribulation had appeared, he was willing to fight if he had the ability to. After enough rest, he pushed open the 7th giant palace with a dilapidated cauldron on top of his head. As soon as he entered, his body stiffened and his hair stood on end. Moreover, the cauldron on top of his head actually trembled as if it had sensed something. It almost flew towards that person. Fortunately, the cauldron was stable. This cauldron was forged by him and had long been connected to his flesh and blood. It had become an extension of his body and was inseparable. He didn't lose it. That was a slender figure. Although it was only the back view, it was so perfect. It was as if a true immortal had descended into the world. Yi Fan's body stiffened. He faced this infinitely beautiful figure as if he was facing a great enemy. This was a woman. One could tell from the curve of her back that she was peerless. Moreover, this figure was different from all the other great emperors before. It was so clear and not blurry at all. It was as if a breathtaking beauty was standing in front of him. Suddenly, this woman turned around and stood in the palace, looking at Yi Fan. Her eyes were so clear, even purer than a child's eyes. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind and flickered with a star-like luster. On her snow-white neck, there should have been a beautiful immortal face, but it couldn't be seen. It was replaced by a devil mask. She seemed to be crying and smiling at the same time. She smiled in sorrow and shed tears in her smile. This was an unforgettable bronze mask that could touch one's heart. Ruthless great emperor. Yi Fan's heart rumbled and he couldn't help but take a step back. The karma between him and this stunning great emperor was very deep. Not to mention other things, even the myriad chi cauldron on top of his head belonged to this woman. This seemed to be a person with flesh and blood. Yi Fan could even see the gentle luster on that jade-like body. This was too strange. It was clearly formed from lightning. How could it be like this? Rumble! A ray of celestial light flew over. It was extremely domineering and powerful. All the light in the world dimmed and lost their colors under this light. This was like a celestial that shocked the heavens. Specks of light fell like a large expanse of pure white feathers. Within them, there was an extremely powerful offensive power that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was the flying immortal force. This was the peerless divine technique of ruthless great emperor. It was created in response to the 9 secrets and could be said to be world-shaking. With the power of one person, he fought against the 9 celestial beings of the mythological era and created many supreme secret techniques. Bang! Even the powerful indestructible golden body of Yi Fan exploded into pieces. Golden blood sprinkled down and dyed the entire great hall golden. White bones could be seen everywhere. This was the first time Yi Fan had suffered such a heavy injury since he started his cultivation. It was also the most bitter one he had ever experienced during a heavenly tribulation. Even his primordial spirit was almost scattered. He had an indescribable feeling towards Ruthless because he had plucked her true dragon deity elixir and obtained her myriad chi. He had also taken away the immortal treasure map from the primal chaos dragon lair. He always felt that there was some kind of connection between them. Yi Fan was only slightly distracted when he encountered such an attack. He couldn't even dodge it. It was really too fast. This kind of peerless offensive power, how many people in the past and present could compare to it? It was the same type of secret technique, but it was much more powerful than what Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman used. This was the true flying immortal art. This technique was known to possess the power of the flying immortal. It was a breathtaking attack that was unparalleled throughout the ages. Hong Long. Yi Fan's enormous golden blood energy rushed together and fused together with his shattered body. He activated the swordsman character and quickly repaired his body. He was exceptionally serious as he stared at the exceptional woman in front of him. His expression was unprecedentedly serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. Flowers bloom with a single thought. The exceptional beauty wore a devil mask and spat out these words. They were extremely clear and went straight into the depths of one's heart. Yi Fan immediately felt his blood run cold. This was something that had never happened before. There had never been a great emperor who appeared during a heavenly tribulation who would say such words. It was definitely unprecedented. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. Was he facing a heavenly tribulation, or was he facing a truly ruthless person? The petals fluttered in the air and flickered with a dreamy and translucent luster. It was as if a large rain of light was falling down. They were sparkling and flowing with a faint fragrance. Even the sea of lightning couldn't stop them. In an instant, every petal turned into a ruthless person. Tens of thousands of figures rushed towards Yi Fan. Her clothes fluttered as if she was a true immortal. Yi Fan's expression changed. His golden blood energy overflowed into the sky and produced all kinds of strange phenomena. The immortal king in the 9 heavens, the green lotus in the primal chaos, the golden sea of bitterness, and the magnificent mountains and rivers all connected into one. It was as if an immortal domain had come into being. The strange phenomena isolated all auras and obstructed the ruthless people's attacks. Yi Fan continuously trembled. In the end, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated several steps and persevered until the many ruthless people's figures disappeared. Those figures didn't possess the battle prowess of a true ruthless person, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying enough. They could instantly kill a supreme being of the same level. In this world, ruthless people were definitely the most talented. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve the Tao with a mortal body. Now, Yi Fan had personally experienced her heaven-defying battle prowess. Physique was nothing to her. No matter what kind of bloodline came, she could kill them all. Ruthless the Great Empress lived for 4 lifetimes, and some people said she lived for 5 lifetimes. There were even people who said she had never died and had always lived in the mortal world. Even though she didn't achieve immortality, she had walked the furthest on this path. Kill! Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Now that he was standing on the Emperor's path, no matter who he faced, even if it was the most talented and powerful ruthless person, he couldn't cower. He had to press forward courageously. He evolved his own Tao. His body took the shape of a dragon. His arms swayed, turning into the moon and the sun. His entire person became a true dragon of Tao marks as he rushed towards the ruthless person. A great battle broke out. It was incomparably intense. Boom! This speed was too fast. They exchanged blows like lightning, sometimes hard, sometimes soft. Strands of immortal splendor shot out, shocking everyone. In the end, the two of them staggered. The ruthless person seemed to be a bit surprised. Her pure eyes revealed divine multicolored light. Her left and right hands respectively moved, evolving the most powerful great immortal laws. A life character appeared on the ruthless person's left palm, and a death character appeared on the right palm. They emitted strands of extreme divine might, suppressing towards Yi Fan. These 2 characters weighed more than anything, as if they could crush the ages. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many cultivators had tried to comprehend them. Even now, no one had been able to comprehend them and achieve immortality. The heaven-devouring demonic art, the undying heaven art, the various secret techniques used to resist the 9 great celestial beings. The Great Empress was shockingly talented. She had lived for many lifetimes, and throughout the endless years, no one knew just how many divine techniques she had created. She was the most mysterious. And now, this type of wondrous technique was unleashed, truly shocking the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. The meaning of these two characters was too extraordinary. It was actually condensed, truly heaven-defying. Honglong. Chanting sounds rang out from within Yi Fan's body. His entire body turned into a Taiji immortal diagram, preparing to face the ruthless person head-on. A sigh sounded. The Empress unhurriedly turned around. Her style was unmatched, leaving behind a large expanse of light rain. She walked into the distance step by step. Her body was becoming smaller, all the way until she turned into a 3- or 4-year-old little girl. She walked on the road alone. She was pitiful and lonely. The clothes on her body were tattered, and her hair was combed into a pair of sheep horn braids. Her face was covered in dirt, and when she inadvertently glanced back, it made one's heart ache. Her large eyes were clear and pure, yet they were filled with tears. Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. He wanted to see clearly and carefully. He wanted to see Qin Chu's tender little face. Unfortunately, her figure had already become indistinct, disappearing without a trace. Heavens! Could it be that the great Empress is still alive, still in this world? Yi Fan was astonished.